And mic check, 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Pour le Hereford, on est dans la reine numéro 3. Dans l'Angus, c'est la reine numéro 1. Et dans la reine numéro 2, qui est dans le salon, c'est le Limousin et Highland en alternance. Donc aujourd'hui, pour la race Hereford, notre juge est M. Jeff Lees de la Saskatchewan, un éleveur Hereford de la ferme Blair Atoll. Alors, dans la race Angus, alors notre ringman aujourd'hui, c'est M. Guy Noiseux, et le juge, M. Toby Noble, un éleveur cimental de la Saskatchewan, de la ferme Black Gold Simmental, qui compte environ 350 vaches. Évidemment, les bannières vont être une commandite d'équipement Guillet. On est prêt à commencer notre jugement.
Good morning, bonjour. A beautiful day for a cattle show. Thank you for asking me. It's a great honor to be here and a real pleasure. I'm sure that the day is going to bring a lot of exciting classes and a lot of exciting cattle, and I appreciate being asked to do it. Getting into the first class of bull calves, really close placing on these top two. Starting with a calf that I feel is just a little more complete in his look and his kind. Calf that you really have to appreciate on the profile. He's a calf that's really nice through that front end. He's got enough shape when you get behind him. He's got enough performance. He's probably the soundest made calf in the class. And when you watch him get on the move, you really have to appreciate the flexibility in those joints and the softness when he gets down to the ground. Calf in second is a higher performing calf, kind of a bigger bodied calf. Calf that just gets a little straighter through his shoulder for me, gets a little bit up in his top when he gets out on the move. But a real close placing between those two. You really have to appreciate the performance, the muscle, and the depth in the calf in second. Got some age variation, got a March calf here in third, a couple Januaries to win the class. Calf that I really like in terms of his presence and his look from the side. He's kind of an up-headed type of calf. Calf that's really sound when you get him on the go, and a calf you have to appreciate for his performance, even though he's just a March. We've got a couple other calves down here, calves that are maybe just giving up a little performance. I really like the look of this calf in fourth, a calf that when you get him on the profile, you have to appreciate the way he's put together. He's just pounds light compared to the calves above him. Getting down to the calf in fifth, another calf that you have to appreciate the look. You got to appreciate the depth of body in this calf. Calf that has enough shape from behind. He's got a good hind leg on him. Calf that just does give up some performance. He's just a little lighter made kind of calf, and a calf I just like to strengthen up over his top and give him a little more muscle shape. Couple calves to round out the class, just a couple lower performing calves. I'd like to straighten the hind leg on that calf walking out the gate right now and lower the top on this calf that closes out the class, but really nice group of bull calves to start.
Alors, dans la première classe des jeunes taureaux Hereford, on a divisé la classe en deux sections. Donc, la première section, là, on vient de finir le jugement. Donc, le numéro 7 de C.B. Logan. En deuxième position, le chapeau numéro 6, Black River BLB. En troisième position, Jacob Dreamcatcher, le chapeau numéro 1. Quatrième position, le chapeau numéro 2 de Rolling Acres, Mr. Exclusive. Et en cinquième position, chapeau numéro 3 de Dan Dex Down Home. Alors, c'est les 5 premiers de cette classe-là reviendront tantôt pour finaliser la classe. Maintenant, on va avoir le deuxième groupe de la classe numéro 1 des taureaux nés en 1er janvier 2023 au 5 juillet 2023.
Well, good morning, everyone. I think a really nice class of bull calves to get started here in our Angus show, and there's a few differences in terms of ages and shapes and sizes, I think, but for me, the bull that wins, I think, does so pretty easily in terms of his advantages, in terms of performance and overall muscling. Here's the biggest ribbed one. He's really big and muscular right behind his shoulder. As we get him behind this bull, he's probably the widest in his pin set. From there, I really like the way he carries his hip down into his stifle, and along with his advantages in terms of muscularity, I really like this bull from his shoulders forward. He's attractive, but he's still masculine. He has some crest. He looks like a bull. Just a really nice class winner to get us started. Similar kind of added growth and performance and muscling is found in our second place bull. Here's one that's really, really long-sided from the profile on the go. This bull is really flexible off both ends of his skeleton. Is he as big and powerful in terms of his foot and bone set? Probably not. He's maybe not quite as attractive as our class winner as we study him from his shoulders forward, but another bull that has some advantages in terms of body shape and power. A moderate framed, easy-doing, big-bodied kind of calf that comes here in third. I can definitely appreciate that kind. Here's one that's a little bit flailer in his bone work as we ask this guy to go. I just like to see him a little bit softer and more relaxed at the ground. He's just wanting to get a little bit upright on his pastures. Similar can be said for the calf that comes next, a moderate, big-bodied, easy-doing one. I like that calf's advantages at the ground. He's bigger-footed. He's bolder in his bone set than the calf that's going to go ahead of him. Just from a balance and muscling standpoint, here's one that's just a little bit off right behind his shoulder. I just like to see him a little bit more opened up through his forerib to compete any higher. But again, he has some advantages in terms of foot, bone, and feature. Another bull that comes next that's long-sided. This guy's really flexible as we ask him to go. Is he as muscular as some of the cattle in this class? Probably not, and that's just going to slide him down. He's a little bit flatter in his topside shape. He's a little bit flatter and more narrow in his pin set. But again, a bull that offers some flexibility and length of spine and still has a lot of good. Nice Angus calf to round out this class. He does have some advantages, again, in terms of structural integrity. Here's one I just like to see, a little bit more powerful at the ground in terms of his foot, bone, and feature. On the go, he just wants to work up in his spine ever so slightly. But again, that's a really nice class to get us started here in the Angus show. I think a class winner that has a lot of quality.
Alors, résultat dans la race Angus pour la classe numéro 1 des taureaux nés entre le 1er janvier 2023 et le 5 juillet 2023. En première position, Max Shade, propriété de David Simmental. En deuxième position, chapeau numéro 3, également propriété de David Simmental avec de Mac Dillon, 16L. En troisième position, le chapeau numéro 1 de Sam 204B, Rainmaker, de Service Animal Noiseux. En quatrième position, chapeau numéro 4 de KGBF1, Marvel Mar, de Kenneth Boeuf. En cinquième position, chapeau numéro 5 de William Armitage avec Admiral Smasher 9L. Et en sixième position, chapeau numéro 6, également de William Armitage avec Hammer Charlot 04L.
Just a single entry here on the Angus side, and an extra age bull that I think offers a lot. Really, really big-footed at the ground. This guy's really flexible as we watch him go about the ring. Is he the most overwhelming in terms of muscle or condition? Probably not. But again, I think that works to his advantage a little bit in terms of his structural advantages. A bull that still balances good enough from the side. Just a really nice calf that definitely could have stood some competition.
Alors, dans la classe 2 de Angus, il n'y a qu'une seule entrée, le chapeau numéro 7, en première position de Kenneth Boeuf avec Spartacus Joe.
Just turn it. Turn the top two this way. My apologies for taking a little longer on this one, but these top two really made me think and struggle, and I'll just try and describe to you what I saw in them. A pair of calves that really complement each other. They're very much alike in their type and kind. When you really analyze them and get down on them, I think the calf that wins the class to me just has a couple advantages, and I'll describe them to you here. Just when you get right behind this calf's shoulder, he's a little stronger than the calf in second. He's a calf that's got a ton of body, ton of middle, big hip in him, good look from the side. If you're going to change the calf, you know, you might loosen him up and free him up just a little bit off that front end, but a really, really complete calf, a well-marked calf that has the right set to his hind leg, a calf that you really have to appreciate when he's set up. And when you get him on the move, he can still travel freely. He's still got some flexibility. I'd just like to maybe loosen him up through that front end a little bit, and you know, that's a really good calf to start the class. The calf in second does have an advantage in flexibility through that front end. Calf that to me just gets a little tighter behind his shoulder than the calf that wins the class. Calf that doesn't show quite as much testicular development in the calf that wins, but a calf that you really, really like from the side. You really like that calf when you get looking down his top, his strength over his loin and his hip. He's got some shape through that lower quarter. When he's on the move, you really appreciate the calf. He's got so much flexibility. He's got the right angle to his shoulder. And a calf that you really have to like. Really good pair of bulls to start that class. We've got a real nice made calf in third here. Calf that from the side, you really like the way he looks. He just needs to power up when you get behind him to get any higher in class today, but a calf that you should be proud of. He's got the right look from the side for sure. Big calf in fourth, calf that kind of sticks out in this class. Calf that just, for me, gets pretty straight through that front shoulder. He breaks behind his shoulder. And a calf that just maybe looks a little more mature for his age, but a calf that you have to appreciate his performance and his length of body. Calf that follows the class out, a calf that just kind of gives up some strength and power to the calves above him, but a really nice class. Give him a round of applause.
Alors, dans la deuxième classe, dans la même classe, mais le deuxième groupe en première position, chapeau numéro 10 de Bar GM Chief 9L de Sawadara Direct Black. En deuxième position, avec le Stonewood Lumberjack de Stonewood Grange. En troisième position, Hurley de London 5L de Gordy Renault. Et en quatrième position, le chapeau numéro 12 de Kid Cattle Company avec Kids Legend 8C. Et en cinquième position, propriété de Stephen Godin avec Godin 121G Gambler. Alors, on va procéder à la finale de la classe avec les deux premiers exhibits de chacun des groupes.
here's a pair of bulls here on the Angus side that I think are really, really different, but both come with quite a bit of quality, and it took me a little bit of time to kind of go through them and sort them, as like I say, they are different. Our class winner is going to win because of his advantages in terms of structural integrity, and at this stage of the game, he's definitely the better scrotal calf of the two. He is set more narrow in his pins, and he does flatten to the base of his quarter, but when you compare him to the bull in second, he's more relaxed in the angle of his shoulder, he's more flexible at the ground, and I actually prefer this bull as we study him through his head and skull. To me, he just offers a little bit more width to skull, a little bit more masculinity. Like I said, we could change that bull up in terms of the way his hip is designed, but I think he's really good in terms of combining a bold body shape with a structure that to me is plenty flexible. Nice calf to win this class. Bull in second, he definitely has some advantages in terms of muscle. Here's the bigger ribbed option. He's more massive and expressive up high, right behind his shoulder and over his loin and into his pin set. I do prefer this bull. As we study him from the side, he is better into his hip and stifle, and to me gives him some balance advantages in this class, but as we ask him to go, to me he's more upright in the angle of his shoulder. He just wants to lower his head and not get out and flex. I think as good as his class winner, and something to me that I question a little bit too, he does have some swelling there right in front of his sack, and he's just not as advanced in terms of his testicle development, but again, his advantages are in terms of muscle and body shape. But I think there's two bulls there, both hold quite a bit of quality.
Alors, dans la race Angus, la classe numéro 3, en première position, chapeau numéro 8, propriété de service animal noiseux, avec un SAM 3F Catalyst 410. Et en deuxième position, chapeau numéro 9, de propriété de rénal noiseux, avec dynamique Kraken 11K. Pour ce qui est de la race Hereford, le résultat des deux groupes pour la classe numéro 1, les taureaux de l'année. En première position, le chapeau numéro 10 de Bargy and Chief de Sarah de Red Black. En deuxième position, de Stonewood Grange, chapeau numéro 8 avec l'exhibit Stonewood Lumberjack. En troisième position, propriété de Christopher Lodge avec CB Logan Paul, un L. Chapeau numéro 7, et en quatrième position, chapeau numéro 6, Black River BLB Legacy 14L avec propriété de Ray Smith.
Just another two bulls in this class, and I think again we have a couple different kinds, but I think both bulls are pretty high in quality. The bull that's going to win this class for me simply does so just from a power and overall mass and performance standpoint. As we compare him to our bull in second, he's more masculine and powerful as we study him from the shoulders forward. From there back, he's the bigger ribbed, bigger hipped, bigger ended bull that probably offers a little bit more in terms of foot and bone at the ground. We can maybe tidy him up in a sheath ever so slightly, but again, that's a bull that's a high-performing, muscular bull that still has an attractive and masculine look from his shoulders forward. There are advantages to our second-place bull. This one's probably flatter as we study him into his shoulder. He's a little bit more tucked up in his chest floor, and I think a bull that's still plenty flexible when we ask him to get out and go, but as we study him through his head and neck and right behind his shoulder, this guy's just not as masculine and powerful as our class winner. Maybe just doesn't have the same kind of maturity at this stage of the game. But again, there's some advantages to that bull, and I think there's two in here, again, that are still really, really good.
Alors, dans la classe numéro 4 des taureaux Angus, en première position, chapeau numéro 11 de Mac Boeuf, propriété de David Simmental. Et en deuxième position, chapeau numéro 10 de Emmanuel Chenaille avec l'exhibit Covey Hill Atlas 31K. Maintenant, dans la race Angus, on va procéder au championnat junior.
Back on the Hereford side here, real nice class of bulls. Not a big class in terms of numbers, but a big class in terms of quality with this class winner. Class winner is a bull that wins this thing fairly easily in my mind. He's the complete bull of the class. A bull that has a ton of rib shape, a ton of middle, lots of flexibility. Bull looks like he's been out working. Just a bull that you really have to appreciate a lot of aspects on. Bull that comes in second is the other big powerful bull in class. A bull that has a lot of shape down his top, big old hip and big old stifle in him. A bull that just gives up some mobility to the bull that wins the class. He just gets a little more restricted off both ends. He's popping those back pasterns just a bit. He gets a little wide through that chest floor for me and a little straight through that shoulder and a little bit forward at that knee. But a bull that you really do have to appreciate his look. You have to appreciate the power and the strength this bull has, and that's his advantage over the bull in third. He just has more power and more shape. Bull in third is a sounder made bull than the bull that beats him, but a bull that just gives up too much muscle shape and power when you get down low to get any higher in this class, but a really nice set of three good Hereford bulls.
Alors, dans la race Hereford, première position, le champion junior, le chapeau numéro 16, propriété de Stonewood Grange avec Stonewood LCPH Kershaw. En deuxième position, le réserve junior, propriété de Harley Young avec le chapeau numéro 14, BB Plain King 8K. Et en troisième position, chapeau numéro 15, propriété de John Buzzle avec Burnside King Kong 14K.
A pretty nice division drive here on the Angus side, and I think we have 5 individuals out here that are really solid in terms of what they represent to the Angus breed. You know, you can tell these are some bulls that they were out breeding cows this past spring and summer. They don't have too much in terms of extra condition, and that's something I can definitely appreciate. You can tell these bulls work both in the pasture and in the show, and with that being said, I'll go and show you a couple champions, but let's give them a round of applause applause for our first division in the Angus show.
Alors, le champion junior dans la race Angus, chapeau numéro 11, propriété de David Simmental avec le Mac Boeuf, et la réserve junior, propriété de Service Animal Noiseau, chapeau numéro 8, avec l'exhibit Sam Boeuf Catalyst 410K.
class of big bulls. Let's give these guys a round of applause. It does take a lot of work getting a big bull to town, having them moving right, having them looking right, having them in the right kind of condition. When you want to use them, you want them out breeding, and then you need to bring them in and get them ready for a show. Some of those things can be challenging. The bull that wins the class puts all that together really well. When you watch this bull on the move, you really have to appreciate his soundness and his flexibility. He's got the right angles, he's got the right set to that hind leg. He's a bull that looks like he's been out working. He's got a nice testicle size and shape. A bull that definitely appreciate his smoothness, especially through his shoulder and front end. Bull that you can probably use a lot of different ways, but a really nice bull to start the class. Big bull in second is a bull that you really have to admire for his size, stature, length, scale. A bull that's really big time in his weight per day of age, his size. A bull that just with that added size is struggling just a little bit off his front end to get around the ring. He's short stepping, he's looking like he's a little bit sore today, but a bull you have to appreciate for his length for sure and his look when you get him not on the move. Bull that rounds out the class is a bull that just gives up some performance to those bulls that beat him in class. He pushes his top up slightly when he gets on the move. He gets his hind legs underneath him a little more than I'd like, but a good bull to round out the class.
Alors, les résultats dans la race Hereford pour les taureaux de classe senior. En première position, les champions seniors, chapeau numéro 17, propriété de Stonewood Grange avec l'exhibit Stonewood Jeter 18J et réserve senior, propriété de Mercedes Mustang avec l'exhibit 19 RRF Stonewood Outsider. Alors, dans la race Hereford, on va procéder maintenant au grand champion de l'Expo Boeuf 2023.
Another close pair for me here in the senior bulls on the Angus side. And I think a couple bulls that offer a little bit of give and take. For me, the bull that's going to win the class offers more in terms of spring of rib and genuine muscle shape in comparison to our second place bull. And again, I think his kind of massive muscular build starts up front as we study him through his head, neck, crest, and shoulder. To me, this one looks like a bull. He's attractive yet masculine. And again, from there back, this guy's really robust and opened up. He definitely has more condition on him than our second place bull. He's a little bit frailer in terms of his bone work, and that's why I will give the advantage to the bull that stands in second at the ground. Here's more foot shape, here's more bone. Here's a bull that offers more in terms of growth and performance, but when we ask these cattle to go, he wants to work up in the middle part of his spine ever so slightly. He just wants to duck his pins and kind of get his hind leg striding outside of himself. But again, I think there's a couple bulls there that offer a little bit of give and take. For me, the more muscular, better built bull is going to win the class. But again, there's two bulls that I think are really good.
Alors, dans la race Angus, en classe numéro 5, les taureaux seniors, taureaux adultes donc en première position, les champions seniors, propriété de David Simmental avec Demar Just Chilling. Et en deuxième position, la réserve senior, propriété de René Loiseux avec Dynamic John Snow S-Charm. Alors, dans la race Angus également, on va procéder au grand champion de la race dans les taureaux de l'année 2023. Alors, dans la race Hereford, juste mentionner que dans cette classe numéro 6 des femelles de l'année, les génisses de l'année, on a au-delà de 40 inscriptions, donc il va y avoir comme 4 groupes, 4 ou 5 groupes, là.
Let's have a big round of applause over on the Hereford side for the champion bull drive. I've described all these bulls in class. I think that if you've watched the show in depth so far on the bull side, you can see that what I'm looking for is the sound-made, free-moving kind of bulls that can go out and breed some cows. They've got the right look from the side, they've got the muscle and depth that you need, but structural soundness is a key component, in especially when you're using bulls in your pastures and out breeding. I know that not every operation is the same, but at my place, my bulls have to walk a lot of miles, so it's really important that they can do that and maintain condition and get around and get those cows serviced. So I think that you know, when you really analyze the group of bulls I've got, I think that there's certainly some differences in type and kind just because it's a bit of a smaller show. But I think that the three individuals that win their classes are very similar to each other, and I think that they all rose to the top of their divisions fairly easily. So I'll go show you which two I like the best, and just a big round of applause for 6 really good individuals out in the ring.
Alors, dans la race Hereford, le grand champion d'Expo Boeuf 2023, le chapeau numéro 16, propriété de Stonewood Grange, avec l'exhibit Stonewood LCPH Kershaw, et le réserve grand champion, propriété de Sarah Dawood Eric Black, avec Bar GM Chief 9L. Les bannières étaient une commandite de la ferme André Beaumont.
Les 3, c'est à marque, même celui-là, c'est à marque. Il y en a 4 sur 5. D'après moi, il va avoir le petit taureau. C'est pour ceux qui ne checkent pas, d'après moi. Ah, peut-être. Mais pourtant, tantôt, c'était il y avait celui-là. C'était son gars qui le conduisait. Ouais, planté, petit gars. Ça me surprend parce qu'il ne check pas pantoute, le petit taureau. Moi, dans ma tête, c'est comme si il l'a choisi, il l'a déjà choisi. Ouais. Il est long, par exemple, il est long. Un gars qui l'a... Ouais. Ouais. Ouais, c'est ça. À un moment donné, t'es as vus, là. Ouais.
C'est pas comme dans l'homme de Milan, tu as vu le deuxième en arrière, en premier.
Well, I apologize for taking a little bit of extra time here in our Angus bull drive. I think we do have 6 individuals out here that are not only really good, but they each have their own individual advantages. And for me, that's what can kind of make this challenging as we look at all of our class winners and even some of the respective seconds. They have their distinct advantages out in this drive, and I'm not opposed to using a younger one if I think that the quality is there. And I think we have a bull calf here that probably has as many advantages as any without in this drive. So once you start throwing him into consideration for me, I think this drive does get really, really challenging. And again, I apologize for taking a little bit of extra time. But I've had a really fun morning here on the Angus side and getting started here in our bull show. And I'm looking forward to the female show to go and the Simmental show this afternoon. So let's give these Angus bull drive exhibitors a big round of applause, and I'll go out and show you a champion in reserve.
Alors, le gagnant de la race Angus de l'Expo Boeuf 2023, les taureaux de l'année. En première position, chapeau numéro 13, grand champion de David Simmental avec Mac Just Chilling. Une bannière commanditée par les équipements Guillet. Merci. Ainsi que le réserve grand champion, propriété de Dave Simmental avec le taureau de l'année de Mac Shade, avec une bannière également de équipement Guillet. Alors, comme j'ai mentionné tantôt dans la race Hereford, alors dans cette classe 6 des génisses de l'année, on a environ de 40 sujets, donc il va y avoir comme 4 divisions, d'où on retiendra les deux premiers là, de chacune des divisions, pour finaliser la classe.
si jamais vous voulez gagner le site, vous allez
Over on the Hereford side, what a nice way to start the female show. Pair of really, really good heifer calves to start the class. It comes down to very, very minor preferences that sorts these two for me. Heifer that wins the class is one that you love her profile and her look from her side. Love her through that front end. She's got that right shape to her shoulder and angle to her shoulder. She's got the right shape of muscle down her top. A female that if you're going to change her, you might want to just power her up a little bit when you get behind her. That's the advantage of a heifer in second. Heifer in second is a heifer that very much type and kind is very similar to the heifer that wins the class. This is a heifer that just shows me more power when you get behind her. She's got more shape and muscle out that hip. She's wider from stifle to stifle. Where she doesn't beat the heifer that wins the class is just that front end. The heifer that wins the class is just so ultra sleek through that front end. She's so long-necked and up-headed. And that's where it sorts out for me between the top two in this class. Heifer in third is one you really like on the profile. Heifer is a little greener in condition. If she had, a little more feed and whatnot, she'd probably be a little more competitive with the two that win the class. But the heifer, you really have to appreciate that depth of body, that look to her side. You have to appreciate that length down her top and the length and femininity through that front end. Really nice female in third. Getting down in class, it got a little tougher for me down between the next couple. I did switch them, which is something I don't do very often. I'm usually pretty concise with my idea once I get it in my head. But the heifer, when I got to analyzing them, where they sorted out for me is the heifer here in fourth just gets a little more powerful down her top. She gets a little stouter when you get behind her, but really close place in between a couple of really good heifers. Moving down to the heifer in sixth. Heifer that you really appreciate her depth of body. You really appreciate how she looks through that front end. Once again, a heifer just a little behind in condition, a little greener made kind of female, but a heifer that can really get out and move and has that nice look when you get beside her. You got a big stout one here that follows her. Nice heifer, a lot of shape, muscle shape when you get behind her. She's just a little plainer through her head and front end for me. Just a little more common looking, and that's why she's down where she is. Getting down to the last couple of heifers that just get up powered. Nice heifers in their own right. Heifers that just got into a really tough class today. Good group of heifers to start the female show.
Alors, dans la race Hereford, pour le premier groupe de génisses de l'année, on a retenu les numéros 22 et 27, qui reviendra pour les finales de la classe.
A really deep set of heifer calves here on the Angus show, and what we're going to do, our top five aren't placed. They're going to come back in here and compete with the top five from our next split, and we'll kind of talk about those cattle then. But I think to get into our top five, there's some heifer calves with some body, with some muscle, with some look, but to me, more importantly, there's some cattle that are built correctly. And if you're kind of stuck in 6th, 7th, 8th down here, I think there's just some structural changes that we could possibly make. We have a heifer calf that stands down here in 6th that has as much body and mass and brood cow image as any. And right away, that one's really captivating to me. The splinter rib she has, the pin set she has, the muscle, the foot bone and feature. I like everything about that one. I do think we need to redesign her hind leg. To me, this one's just too straight and upright as we study her from her hock to her ground. I just want to see this one more flexible. And if we can do that, I do think we have a really good one, because like I said, she has has all the muscle and body attributes that one could want in the Angus breed. I just think we need to change her structurally. Heifer that comes in 7th, here's one that probably has a structural advantage over the one right in front of her. She's more relaxed in the angle of both her shoulder and her hock. This one, from a power and mass standpoint, maybe just doesn't fit in with this class. She's a little bit more immature. This one's just not as powerful and opened up all the way through. She wants to lead a shot further to the ground. But again, in terms of look and balance and structural integrity, this one still has some advantages. Young lady's going to round out the class with a heifer that has a lot of body and growth. To me, this one gets a little bit plainer up front. More critically, I think she's too straight in the angle of her shoulder. I just want to see that one a little bit more flexible. So again, I think there's 5 cattle out here that are really nice, and we'll come back and look at them again. And there's cattle in 6, 7, and 8 too that I think have some qualities, just have some structural differences that we'd like to change.
Alors, comme le juge l'a mentionné dans la race Angus, comme on a 2 groupes des génisses de l'année, il a retenu les 5 premiers pour revenir dans le deuxième avec la finale. Donc, il a surtout mentionné sur les 3 qui sont sortis actuellement du groupe. Alors, le numéro 14, chapeau numéro 18 et 21 ne feront pas partie de la finale. Donc, il va évaluer le prochain groupe, il va en garder 5 pour revenir avec les 10 exhibés pour la finale de la classe des génisses de l'année.
Wow, what a great class. Give these guys a round of applause. I won't apologize for taking a bit longer on this class because I really needed it. These top 3 or 4 individuals are really, really, really good. There's a lot of similarities and a few small differences. I'll try and tell you what I saw in terms of differences, but especially with these top 3, these individuals should be really proud of the females I brought out. The heifer that wins the class hit me really hard when she came in. Extremely striking in her presence. She just got that look, whether she be on the move or set up, stopped. She's got that beautiful color, beautiful look to her. You get off to the side of her, she's really got that nice rib shape, that nice swoop to her belly. She's got a nice shape of muscle when you look over her top. She's big out her hip. She's just a really complete kind of female. Female, if you're going to change her at all, you might want to tighten her up in her chest floor just a little bit. She gets a little wide in that front end and a little wide on that on those front legs, but really good individuals to start the class. The heifer that follows her in second is a female that I really liked. She also hit me pretty hard when she came in. Heifer probably has the most shape of muscle through her hip and hind end in this class. She's got a lot of shape, she's got a lot of muscle. If you're going to change that female, you might want to just straighten her up on that hind leg a notch, but she's really sound when she gets on the move, so you can't discount her. She's really flexible through those joints. She's got the right angle to that shoulder. Just a really, really good pair to start. Heifer in third is the one that probably gave me as much trouble as any. A really, really complete female. She's got the right set to that hind leg. She's got the right look to the side. Female that just maybe gets a little plainer in her look for me. She probably has an advantage in the shape to her belly when you get beside her to the heifer above her, but a heifer that's just a little more plain through her front end, a little plainer appearing for me to get any higher today. Getting down into really a nice group of females after that. Heifer in fourth is a big, powerful female. Heifer that you really have to appreciate for her length and her power through her hind end. Female that just also gets a little plainer made. She's a little more common through that front end for me, and that's why she's where she is. A dark heifer down in fifth. Really a heifer I appreciated when she came in. Heifer that's just a little greener in condition. Just gets a little narrower down that top for me. Otherwise, she could have been a hole or two higher. Getting down into a couple other heifers here. Heifers that just are a little taller made heifers for me. A little heifers that just need to soften down in their belly shape and have a little more femininity through that front end on a couple of them, but pretty nice group of heifers. Definitely a nice trio to start the class.
Alors, le juge dans la race Hereford a retenu pour le deuxième groupe le numéro 39 d'Young avec B-Plane Lacey. Et la deuxième position, de Stéphane Godin, le chapeau numéro 37 avec l'exhibit Godin Sanji Zoé.
So once again, here in our second split of Angus calves, our top 5 will come back, and they're out here in no particular order. I think this class was really, really good in terms of just being fundamentally big-bodied, good-structured cattle all the way through. For me, as we get down to 6, 7, and 8, it gets a little bit nitpickier in this class. There's some extra pieces of balance or look attributes that maybe they just don't particularly have, and that's why they're standing down there. Young lady with the heifer in 6th. if you want one big-ribbed, opened up, and muscular, then this is your gal. And I appreciate that heifer calf for what she offers in terms of body and muscle. For me, where she just kind of falls out is just from a balance standpoint. As we study this one into her chest floor and back into her shoulder and forerib, she's just not quite as good in that regard. She wants to open up in her shoulder and just funnel back a shot tight into her forerib. And just from a balance standpoint, the short switch is kind of throwing her off. She's maybe not as flexible as some of the other cattle. But again, in terms of muscle, in terms of body, that female has a lot to offer. Heifer calf that comes next, when a young lady gets this one stuck from the side, man, she gives you a really good look. And she really made me question her because when she is set up and loined, this one comes together really good. She's a moderate-framed, big-bodied one. But on the stand, I think her structure is good enough. But as we ask her to go, to me, this is when this one just falls out ever so slightly. She wants to drop her pin. She wants to get her hind leg, to me, just a little bit too far underneath of herself. On top of that, she's offering just a shot more navel. But again, in terms of being a moderate frame, big-bodied one, young lady will do a really nice job with that one. Heifer that's going to round out the class has a little bit more extra growth and performance, and I appreciate her for that. Structurally, I think this one is okay. I prefer her out of her hip and hind leg over the heifer that's right in front of her, but to me, she's just flailing in her bone work, comes with a little bit more navel. As we study her in through her head, neck, and shoulder, this one's maybe just not quite as tidy and attractive. So again, I think this was a really good class of Angus females. It gets pretty picky to make the top 5, but I do think our top 5 have a lot of quality.
Alors, comme le juge l'a mentionné dans la race Angus, il a retiré le chapeau numéro 26, chapeau numéro 28 et 29, et il a gardé les 5 autres sans nécessairement les avoir placés en ordre de 1 à 5, puisqu'ils reviennent avec l'autre groupe de 5 qui était du premier groupe de la classe des génisses de l'année, qu'on va procéder maintenant à déterminer les 10 en ordre de cette classe de génisses.
I knew this one was going to take some time, so I do apologize for that, but I think this is an outstanding class of Angus heifer calves. And really, I think there's 5 out here that you can kind of juggle around quite a bit, and I'm not going to argue with you too much, because I think there's 5 that have some class-leading qualities. To me, it just comes down to personal preference, and I'll just hold on a second here while we get... And for me, the young man's heifer that's going to lead off this class, when we talk about combination, when we talk about combining, we'll give this a go again. But when we talk about combining some pieces to me that start to make a unique one, I think that's our class winner. And I think those direct unique pieces start up front. As we study this one through her head, neck, and shoulder, I think this one is really, really attractive. Just that beautiful Angus head on her. She's refined in the shape of her neck. She's really high tying in her neck set. And to me, that's maybe a distinct advantage over our female. And second, she does read higher in her neck attachment, and I think from there, this one's still plenty muscular, has plenty enough body for me personally. I just think she starts to put together a few things that are really, really hard to do. Young man does a really nice job of getting her shown. Heifer that stands in second from a moderate, big-bodied, sweepy-ribbed image. I really like this female. I think she's going to make a whale of a cow, just to have that lower sweep to her belly, to be flat-shouldered and still bold through the center portion of her rib, I think is really, really good. Like I mentioned, she's maybe not as good in her neck attachment as our class winner. To me, more critically, when we ask this one to go, she wants to work up ever so slightly in the middle part of her spine, and that's why she's standing in second. But again, that's a moderate, big-bodied one that I really, really like. 3 and 4 to me are very, very similar. Here's some cattle that have some extras in terms of muscle dimension and overall width. Both of them I just like to clean up from their shoulders forward. They get a little bit more plain in the shape of their head. They offer just a little bit more in terms of throat and in terms of chest floor. But here's some cattle that offer some extras in terms of power and muscle. Heifer that comes in 5th. This one's really big outline, long-bodied. No question going to make a whale of a cow. If we want to get picky on her out in the showroom, she just wants to work up in her tail head, get a little bit tighter in her loin. She maybe just doesn't have that sweeping lower body that some of the females above her have, but I love her extra growth and her extra length. Heifer that comes next, really moderate, bold rib, big-bodied kind. I like to make this one a rib longer. To me, she just reads a shot compact. Really fresh and green one that comes next, that's flexible off of both ends. She's flatter all the way throughout. I'd like to open her up at her base and from behind. Heifer that comes next, really big body, gives you a nice look from the side. To me, this one's too upright in the angle of her shoulder. I'd like to see her a shot more flexible. Young man does a really nice job rounding out the class with one that's fresh and good conditioned. I'd just like to open her up all the way through and see her lead with more power. But again, that's 10 awesome Angus heifer calves. Young man, that's a really nice class winner.
Alors, le résultat dans la classe des génisses de l'année, en première position, chapeau numéro 17 de Saint-Louis avec Robin Lucas Olien. En deuxième position, chapeau numéro 7 de Ecuador Pride de Liam Bailey. En troisième position, chapeau numéro 15 de West Legalis avec Julie Denison avec Fusion Matilda. En quatrième position, chapeau numéro 23 de Ben Bacon avec Border Town Tibi. Cinquième position, chapeau numéro 22 de David Simmental avec Mac Blackbird. En sixième position, chapeau numéro 24. Septième position, chapeau numéro 20. Huitième position, chapeau numéro 16. Neuvième position, chapeau numéro 25. Et en dixième position, chapeau numéro 19 de Guillaume Loiseau avec 20 Lady Dana.
Back on the Hereford side, another really nice set of January heifers here. A couple mid-Januaries to start the class. Just, there's a lot of differences between these two heifers, but I love them both, so it was really tough for me. The heifer I ended up using is the heifer that I feel is just the most complete heifer in the class. She's got that real nice look from the side. She's thick enough and deep enough and sound enough, and I really like a lot of things about this female. The heifer that gave me the most trouble is probably the heifer in second. When you sort between the two heifers, the heifer in second is the big high-performing heifer. She's pounds heavy compared to the heifer that wins the class. And a heifer that I just love through that head and front end. A beautiful headed female, big sweeping belly to her. Where the two of them sort is the heifer in second just likes to push that top up just a little bit when she gets on the move. She gets a little softer right behind that shoulder and breaks just a little bit over the top line. And she doesn't quite have as much shape through her lower quarter as the heifer that wins the class. But two really good individuals to start this class off. Heifer, when we get down into third here, another heifer that actually is more type and kind like the heifer that wins the class, but a heifer that just gives up performance to the heifer in second. That's why she gets into third. Heifer you really have to appreciate when you get her on the side profile. You get her on the go and she's really flexible. She's got that length of stride, that right slope to her shoulder, and I really appreciate those things about her. You got a big high-performing heifer here in fourth. Heifer that's just maybe not quite got that look of the heifers, the three heifers above her. She's just a little plainer in her make, but a big high-performance type of heifer. You got a big, stout, deep-bodied one here. Next, a heifer that, once again, just like the heifer that beats her, just gets a little plainer in her look, especially through her front end. I'd like to straighten her up just a little bit on those hind legs. Couple of heifers here, more moderate framed heifers, but really nicely made heifers. Heifers that just, for mid-Januaries, they're probably pounds light compared to the heifers above them, and that's just their disadvantage, and that's why they're down where they are. And rounding out with a pair of heifers, I'd just like to soften them up in their look and deepen them down a little bit. Heifers that just are a little plainer for me today, but nice group of heifers and very good class.
Alors, résultat dans le troisième groupe de 4 dans la race Hereford, en première position, chapeau numéro 40, de propriété de Marco Lafleur avec Ball GM Lizzie, 29L, et en deuxième position de Bradley Fong avec le chapeau numéro 42 avec le exhibit H9 1G Milo. Mention honorable à Chloé Whelan avec son exhibit 41 en troisième position avec Sadie Birch Lupin Rittel.
Nice trio of Angus females over here in our extra age class, and for me, I know she's the most moderate one that's going to win the class, but I think it's her body shape to me that strikes me as the most ideal. I think this one, springer rib, is really, really good. More critically from the side, she offers the most in terms of the sweep that she has from her flank into her forward. This one to me just reads with cow power, as in terms of her body shape, in terms of her look, and in terms of her overall build. There's probably more muscle in the female that stands in second. She offers a little bit more growth, a little bit more length, and again has some obvious muscle advantages. But as we study her into her head and neck, and she's maybe just not quite as feminine, more critically, I just like to soften her up in her body shape, maybe tuck that one up a little bit in terms of her navel. But again, she offers a little bit of extra length, performance, and muscle. Female is going to round out the class. She probably, her body shape resembles our class winner just a shot more. I think she's good in the turn to her body. She's flexible enough as we ask her to go. To me, this one just reads rounder out of her hip and a little bit more narrow in her pin set. But again, that's a female that reads with the right kind of structure and the right kind of body shape.
résultats dans la race Angus de la classe numéro 7. En première position, chapeau numéro 30, propriété d'Emmanuel Chenaille avec Cover Hill Rosebud. En deuxième position, chapeau numéro 32 de Kenneth Bellworth avec l'exhibit Stunner Sunrise. Et en troisième position, chapeau numéro 31, également de Kenneth Bellworth avec Iconic Bella 1998K.
just want to say before I talk this class, I am really enjoying this show. I'm finding cattle, I'm liking it every class, and it's been really challenging up to this point. And for that, just please give these exhibitors a big round of applause. A couple classes ago, I said one hit me pretty hard when she came in the ring. Well, this one basically kicked me as she walked by. When this one walked in, I fell in love immediately. There's not a lot I'd change about this female. This is my kind right here. Very nice heifer, young lady. Good job. Comes a little closer for me between second and third. When you analyze the two females, the heifer in second has probably just got the more complete look to her, just a little more powerful when you get out her hip, a little wider from stifle to stifle. She's probably a little bigger scaled kind of heifer. A heifer that just has those advantages over the heifer in third. Heifer in third's a really well-presented female. She's a heifer that I really like her swoop to her rib. She's maybe got a more feminine look than the heifer that beats her, but she just gets a little less powerful when you get behind her. She's got a little more brisket and depth through her chest floor than the heifer that beats her, but those are very small differences between those two heifers, but that's what sorted them for me today. You've got the big scaled, pounds heavy heifer in fourth, a heifer that you really have to appreciate the performance in this female and the size and scale of this female. A female that just, to me, just gets a little plainer look and found a really hard class with three really good ones ahead of her. More moderate kind of female here. I really like the condition this female came in. She's a heifer that just gets a little narrow down her top, a little flat from behind for me to get any higher. Where this heifer, the heifer that just left the ring beats the heifer next is mobility. This heifer I really like a lot better than the heifer that left before in terms of her side profile, her shape down her top. She's just getting a little short-strided for me, having a little more trouble getting around the ring today. And a couple heifers rounding out the class that just got in a really tough class today. A lot of good ones ahead of them. But give these guys a round of applause for a really nice class.
Alors, dans la race Hereford, le dernier groupe de 4 en première position, chapeau numéro 57 de Sarah Dowell d'Eric Black avec Bar GM. Et en deuxième position, le chapeau numéro 58 également de Sarah Dowell d'Eric Black. Maintenant, on va revenir pour finaliser cette classe de jeunesse de l'année dans la race Hereford.
For me, I think a pretty straightforward class here on the Angus side. A lot of cattle with a lot of quality, but the biggest bodied, deepest bodied, most massive heifer is going to win for me. Yes, she's a shot player, and we could change her in her neck attachment and in her chest floor, but like I mentioned, just from the body, just from a muscle, and just from an overall completeness standpoint, I think this one wins pretty easy. There's definitely more look. There's a flatter shoulder and more attractive head in the female that stands in second. I really like this one's condition and look. When the young lady gets her stuck from the side, she offers probably more balance attributes than our class winner, but just from the side, I like to soften this one up ever so slightly. She doesn't have that lower body sweep as our class winner, and to me, that's kind of what falls her into second place. There is more ribbon body in our third place female. She is deeper from her forerib into her flank. Another one that's still good enough as we study her into her head, neck, and shoulder. For me, this one just gets a little bit longer and coarse in her teats where we ask her to go. She just wants to drive outside of her skeleton ever so slightly. But again, I can appreciate that one's body mass and depth of rib. Red female that comes next has a lot of look, really tight underneath her chin, really good in her chest floor, and I think from there back she blends into a pretty muscular, opened up body shape. Here's another one that I'd like to change in the way that her teeth and udder is going to be designed. More critically, I think she's just a little bit upright in the angle of her shoulder, and I'd like to relax her in that regard. Really practical, big-bodied one that's going to round out the class. Structurally, she has some advantages over the red female. For me, this one just reads pretty flat from behind, pretty frail at the ground. But again, fundamentally, she's going to make a nice cow, just gets a shot playing in this overall class.
Thank you. Yes.
Alors, dans la race Angus en classe 8, première position, chapeau numéro 33, propriété de Kenneth Boeuf avec True North Wine. Deuxième position, chapeau numéro 34 de service animal noiseux avec San Princess. En troisième position, de Marco Lafleur avec l'exhibit Premier Pride. En quatrième position, chapeau numéro 36 avec l'exhibit Red Vaccine Lean. Et en cinquième position, également de Kenneth Boeuf avec l'exhibit Tribute Rosebud.
Been a real fun heifer calf show here. I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the females as they come, but this has been real exciting. It's been challenging at times, but definitely some really good quality cattle in the ring. We've got some really strong class winners especially, and you know, it's been a real honor to be asked to evaluate this group, and you know, it's been really fun up to this point. A few classes made me sweat pretty good, but I talked to all these cattle when they were in the ring earlier, so I'm going to go show you a champion heifer calf and a reserve heifer calf, and then they want me to place down to 10th, so after that I'll be placing 3rd to 10th. So I'll go slap my 2 champions and then I'll start pulling them out in order.
Alors, résultat dans la race Hereford du gros groupe de la classe des génisses de l'année. Alors, en première position, le chapeau numéro 57, propriété de Sarah Darrow Derek Black avec l'exhibit Bargiam Bella. En deuxième position, le chapeau numéro 22, propriété de Stonewood Grange avec Stonewood Helm Dreamer. En troisième position, le chapeau numéro 58, propriété de Sarah Darrow Derek Black avec Bargiam Rosie. Quatrième position, chapeau numéro 56, propriété de David Howard avec HMF, classe 5L. Cinquième position, chapeau numéro 40, propriété de Marco Lafleur avec l'exhibit Bargiam Lizzie. Sixième position, chapeau numéro 42, propriété de la ferme Bradley, mais aussi du jeune Colin avec son exhibit Lila. En septième position, de Harley Young avec Bibi Plain Lacey, chapeau numéro 39. En huitième position, chapeau numéro 27 de Christopher Lodge avec Lola 3L. Finalement, en neuvième position, chapeau numéro 41 de Ray Smith avec Shady Bridge Lupin, qui était présenté par notre chère Claire Lynn.
Back on the Hereford side, a pair of November heifers here. Heifer started the class with just, to me, has the advantage in fleshing ability and depth of body. Heifer doesn't want to cooperate very much today, but a female that I think just has a slight advantage in those two areas above the heifer above her. Big scaled, kind of long-bodied heifer with a real nice front end, and second, just gives up some of that fleshing ability to the one that beats her. Thank you.
Alors, dans la classe numéro 7, Hereford, en première position, chapeau numéro 60, avec l'exhibit Richer Kate 23K. Et en deuxième position, chapeau numéro 59, Richer Kelina 24K, les deux propriétés de Marc-Antoine Mercier.
Well, what an incredible class over here on the Angus side. And as a young kid growing up showing Simmentals, I used to always go watch the Angus show at Exhibition and think, man, how are those guys sorting them shows? They all look the same to me. And initially I felt a little bit like that, I think, when this class come in, because I think there's so many good ones, and there's so many different kinds, so it did take me a little bit of time to kind of pick through and go for what I like and whatnot. And I hope you guys can kind of see that from the outside looking in. But again, there are 4 or 5 that are really, really good, and under a different judge could win this class. And I'm not going to argue with you too much, but for me, the one that comes out here and just reads with cow power and does so by still looking maternal, still being attractive enough, is our class winner. And yes, I would like to strip a little bit off her in terms of condition. I'd like to tidy her up in her chest floor ever so slightly. But if we start penalizing cattle for being easy doing, especially in this breed, in the showing, I think we're missing the big picture, because that one, in my mind, is going to go out and make a really, really good cow because of her added fleshing ability. Like I said, yes, today I'd like to clean her up in her chest floor and tidy her up ever so slightly. But again, I don't think we can beat that one for that reason. And if we do, I think we're missing the boat, because I think that one's really, really good. Completely different kind stands in second. And when this one stuck from the side, man, is she captivating. Ultra good looking from her shoulders forward. Really, really good in terms of her chest floor. From there back, I think this female balances up really good. Does she have that lower body sweep as our class winner? No, she doesn't. If I were a betting man, I would guess that this one's maybe just not as far along in terms of her breeding. But again, in terms of having a really, really good look and still doing so with some muscle, I like that female a lot. I'd just like to soften her up ever so slightly. One that stands in third, a little bit more similar to our class winner. Here's the moderate frame, big-bodied, good-looking kind. She has some added advantages at the ground in terms of foot bone and feature. She's maybe just not the quite league as our class winner in my mind. She just wants to get off behind her shoulder ever so slightly, maybe just not as opened up there in the top side of her rib shape. But again, that's a moderate frame, big-body one, make a whale of a cow. Young man, when you brought in this red one, I thought, man, this one's really, really good, because she is really opened up, really muscular, huge-bodied, huge-pinned, a lot of muscle. To me, where I'm going to beat her is just in terms of the way her hip is designed. She's a little bit round out of her hip and just isn't quite as coordinated as she goes off those rear two, but her advantages in terms of muscle and body are very evident. Another moderate frame, big-bodied one that comes next that no doubt is going to make a really nice cow, and a female that I still like quite a bit for the sweep that she has to her lower body. She's still attractive enough from the shoulders forward. This one's just lame and tailhead. I'd like to see her just a shot better, maybe just not quite as opened up and muscular as some of the cattle, but I still like that one. More muscle and rib shape comes next in the young lady's white flank heifer, really, really opened up all the way through. She's crested at the top of her neck and frailer in her bonework, just reads the shot plain to me. Similar can be said for the one that comes next. She's opened up, she's muscular, going to have an awesome udder setting down. She's frailer in her bonework, wants to work up in the middle part of her spine as we ask her to go. Red heifer that comes next offers lots in terms of performance and growth and foot and bone at the ground. She's a little bit longer in terms of her teats in my mind, maybe reads a little bit flatter out of her hip. Red heifer that comes next from her flank forward, I love a lot about this one in terms of look and in terms of her rib shape. She's tucked up in her flank and flatter to the base of her quarter. Just want to open that one up ever so slightly. More muscle and body comes in this next one. She just does so in a plainer package. Would like to fill her up off of those rear two. Young lady that comes next has some structural advantages, but to me needs more body. Young man that's going to round out the class has a long-bodied one with extra growth. We need to soften her up and power her up all the way through. But again, that's an incredible class of bred females. Really, really good top three.
Alors, dans la race Angus, la classe numéro 9, première position, chapeau numéro 49 de Ross Gillis et Julie Denison avec l'exhibit Elsmer Tibi. En deuxième position, chapeau numéro 42 avec l'exhibit Oates Prime Rose, propriété de Charlie Oates, Ryan and Wright et Austin Duff Farm. En troisième position, chapeau numéro 45, propriété de Nathan et Jackie Latchford, avec Blackbird. Quatrième position, chapeau numéro 38 de Sandy Reed, avec Red Bubble Darling. En cinquième position, chapeau numéro 44 de Ray Fowler, avec Brookie Kansas Rose. Sixième position, chapeau numéro 48 de Ronald Noiseau, avec Dynamic Kansas Xilia. Septième position, chapeau numéro 46 de Liam Daly, avec Ecodale She's Daisy. Et en huitième position, chapeau numéro 41 de Sandy Reed, avec Red Cinder Free J. Et en neuvième position, chapeau numéro 39 d'Emmanuel Chamaille avec Red Covey Hill Alana. En dixième position, chapeau numéro 47. En onzième position, chapeau numéro 43. Et en douzième position, chapeau numéro 40 avec Mac Elspride de Marco Lafleur.
A nice single entry here in our Angus side. I think as much length of body, spindly red, and true muscle shape as you can ever want in one. I think she does so still on a good enough build. Maybe not the same sort of extra pieces of look and balance as some of the few that we've seen, but fundamentally really, really solid female.
Alors, on est un seul exhibit dans la classe 10. Donc, première position, chapeau numéro 50, propriété de Kenneth Boeuf avec l'exhibit Spartacus Chloé.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I would say too. Yeah. I always never really show. And if you don't get full, if you're not winning in class, and no one knows why. It's frustrating. It gets to be a lot.
A nice group of yearling heifers here. Quite a bit of variation in age. You've got August right up to March. So when you've got variation in age like that, you just have to evaluate the cattle based on characteristics that you see. And it gets a little tough with that much age variation, but I sorted through them the way I felt was appropriate. I find a class winner here that to me was an easy class winner. She's the kind that I really, really like. She's got that look from the side. She's got that flexibility and mobility. She's got the muscle shape I need. Really beautiful through her front end. Just a nice female to start the class. The female that follows her is a female that I like in terms of her composition. A female that, you know, if you're going to change her, you might stouten her up in her bone work. You might give her a little more shape behind her, a little more shape down her top. But when you get her on the profile, you really have to appreciate her look through her front end, that angle through that shoulder, that slope through her front pastern, and her flexibility off both ends. When you ask her to go, she really gets out and tracks well, and that's a few things that I really like about the heifer in second. That's probably what gives her the advantage over the heifer in third. Heifer in third is a more powerful female than the heifer in second. She has more shape and muscle, certainly down her top and out her hip, but she does tend to push her hip bone up as she gets on the move. Even standing there, you can see she gets a little higher over that hip, and she gets a little plainer looking than the heifer that beats her, and that's why she's in third. You've got a big volume heifer in fourth, a heifer that probably has more pounds than most heifers in this class. She's a big, tanky kind of female that just gets a little narrow out that hip for me. She gets a little plainer and more common through that front end, and that's why she didn't get any higher, but a really nice female. Got a couple young ones down the line here in August and in June. A couple of heifers that I really like their profile and their composition. Heifers that just need to have a little more power to get any higher today. Young lady showing the August heifer did a fantastic job. She's just got one that just needs a couple more months of feed, and she'll probably be higher next time. Good job.
Alors, en première position dans la race Hereford de la classe numéro 8, chapeau numéro 64 de Ray Smith avec Marie. En deuxième position, numéro 65 de Paul Mastain avec Master Lisa. En troisième position de John Bozo avec Southern Bell. En quatrième position, chapeau numéro 63 de Ray Smith avec Lady Luck 96K. En cinquième position, belle mention à la jeune Brooklyn d'Amanda Boucher avec l'exhibit 60. Et en sixième position, chapeau numéro 61, Grant McCaffrey avec Hunter Acres Karma.
nice junior champion drive here in our Angus show, and I think for me there are two clear-cut winners. We had that really tough class of 10 or 12 or whatever they were, but there were a lot of really good ones. First and second out of that class will be our champion in reserve.
Lequel, ça?
Alors, la championne junior dans la race Angus, chapeau numéro 49, propriété de Ross Gillis et Julie Dennison avec Ellesmere Tibi. Et la réserve junior, chapeau numéro 42, Oates Primrose, propriété de Charlie Oates, Ryan Enright et Osternbuff Farm.
bon, merci.
Salut.
I think these cow-calf classes get pretty fun to sort, in my opinion. I think you start to see a lot of attributes found in the calf standing in front of their powerful dam. And I think we have three really, really fundamentally solid cows out here. For me, the one that just has a few of the extra pieces in terms of extra foot, extra bone, extra mass all the way through is our class winner. And I think that starts up front with that heifer calf. This heifer calf's really, really powerful and opened up. She's really bolted the center portion of her rib from there back. This one's really, really muscular. We could maybe change her a little bit from her shoulders forward, but that's not going to bother me too much just because of the mass and power that this calf has. And I think a lot can be said for the cow standing right behind her. I actually prefer the cow's front end and the way that she's assembled over her calf standing in front of her. But again, there's extra foot, there's extra feature, and there's extra mass in this cow. I think it's just a really solid pair moving forward. I probably prefer the teat and outer shape and design in our second place female. She's more refined and better in the younger of her teats, and still has a nice heifer calf in front of her. The calf isn't as opened up and powerful as the one found on our class winner, but I think in her own regard, there's a calf that has some look, has some quality, and has some structural integrity, very similar to her mom standing right behind her. Are they as opened up and massive and powerful as our class winner? No, probably not, and that's why they're going to stand in second. But again, that's a pair that in terms of look, structure, and other quality, there's still a lot to like. Really solid cow that's going to round out the class. I love her body shape, her length of spine, her depth of body. She's just a little bit plainer in her overall makeup. She's not as opened up right behind her shoulder. She doesn't really get the same kind of pin set and mass all the way to the ground. And similar can be said for her heifer calf. She's doing a nice job and putting enough body and rib in that one, just a little bit plainer in her overall look. But I think these are three really, really solid cows. For me, there's an easy class winner.
Alors, en première position, dans la race Angus pour la classe numéro 11, chapeau numéro 51, propriété de Ross Gillis et Julie Denison avec Shorthorn Lily. En deuxième position, chapeau numéro 52 de service animal noiseau avec Sam Barbie. Et en troisième position, chapeau numéro 53 de Kenneth Boeuf, avec l'exhibit Inside Sophie.
Back on the Hereford side, real nice class of bred heifers. My apologies for taking just a little longer on this one. I've got two heifers to win the class that are not a lot similar in type and kind, but both have a lot of things I like about them, so I'll try and talk you through them. The heifer I ended up starting the class with is the big powerful one of the pair. She's the one that when you get off the side of her and get behind her, she's just got so much volume, so much mass, so much power to her. You know, the heifer that follows her in second, I appreciate the condition this female has brought in. The heifer in first that wins the class, just to me, is just getting on the edge of being a little too ready for me. The heifer in second is definitely nicer through that neck, that front end, that brisket. Heifer in second also has a nicer set to her hind leg, in my opinion. But where they sorted for me in the end was the power and mass that the heifer of the class winner has, and that's how I was able to come to this decision, is just the power and muscle shape and the hip and the pounds and the depth of body of the class winner is why she beats the heifer in second. Heifer in second has such a nice look to her. Really nice female, just beautiful through that front end, really sound, really free moving, really good female in second. Heifer in third just got in a really tough class today. Heifer that I also really like, she follows the heifer in second and Type and Kind. She's a really nicely made female. She just gets a little plainer through that head and neck and the heifer that beats her, but a really good female to come in third. Got a big, powerful one in fourth. Heifer, just like the class winners, just pushing a little more condition than I'd like. I'd like to level her up in the way her udder's setting down on her a little bit, but those things do change when they get starting to fill with milk. But really, really good heifer in terms of body capacity, depth of body, and spring of rib. Just getting a little too fat for me today. Getting down to a couple more heifers here. Heifers that are just a little more plainer in their style and type. We've got a really good class, and the first 3 or 4 heifers are really powerful. So when you get down in these later classes, these lower placings, it's really tough to compete when you've got such good quality ahead of you. We've got some really nice females that'll make great cows. They're just not quite the right look for me today.
Alors, les résultats dans la classe numéro 9 dans la race Hereford, un gros groupe qui a été divisé en deux. Donc, le premier groupe de 2. En première position, propriété de Stanwood Range avec le chapeau numéro 74, l'exhibit Stonewood Suzy. En deuxième position, la femme Bradley avec Grace 39K, chapeau numéro 72. En troisième position, de Gordy Renault avec l'exhibit Hurley Bird Doris 19K, chapeau numéro 71.
Two really solid, mature cows here in the Angus show, and I think to even get, a cow in production as a 10-year-old is something to be accomplished, but to get it out in the show ring, I think to me is pretty impressive. Not a 10-year-old cow that still looks like that still has that same kind of body shape. She's opened up. She's still youthful enough to me in terms of her look. I'm going to say that I wish she had a shot more four-letter, and then I found out that she's 10 years old, and that's maybe where she beats the pair in second. Is I actually prefer the teat spread and the teat shape that she offers over our second place female. We've seen that bull calf through. We've talked about his advantages in terms of growth and performance. Really solid kind of a cow, or kind of a bull calf to complement a really nice cow. Just in terms of length of body and balance, I really like the second place female. When we get her standing off on the profile, she's big-footed, she's long-bodied, she has lots of muscle, and she has a lot of feature, and I think she carries that all the way to the ground. Like I said, she's maybe just not quite as good in terms of her teat spread. Her front teats maybe just aren't quite as tidy as our class winner. But again, that cow has some advantages in terms of length and performance. Her calf is very similar in terms of offering some length and performance and some overall muscle. We've talked about some build differences we'd like to change on that one earlier in our class. But I think those are two really solid, mature cows. But for me, the 10-year-old is the more unique one.
Alors, résultat dans la race Angus, classe numéro 12, en première position, chapeau numéro 55, propriété de Kenneth B. Worth, avec Bellstar Lady 10B. Et en deuxième position, propriété de René Noiseau, avec Dynamic Firestar Dana, chapeau numéro 54.
probably haven't asked this enough today, but let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. It's really hard to get these cow-calves shown. So much has to go right into showing a cow-calf pair and everything from breeding them the right way to having no calving issues to getting a high enough quality calf to show, and then to keep that calf on that cow milking throughout the fall. It is very, very challenging, so I really do commend these exhibitors, and for all you guys watching that maybe haven't shown a cow-calf, just understand the work and that these exhibitors go to display their program to the best of their ability, and I truly think that these cow-calves are a great example of what one's program does, and I think we have 4 really, really nice ones out here, but I'll go out and show you a couple favorites.
Alors, dans la race Angus, la championne senior, pour commencer, propriété de Russ Gillis et Julie Dennison avec l'exhibit 51, Shorthorn Lily, et la réserve senior de Belle Star Lady, propriété de Kenneth Beworth.
We'll go this way. Yeah. First place on.
Over here on the Hereford side, we've got a real good one to start the class. Big volume kind of heifer, really still keeps that nice femininity through that front end. She just works her way to the top of this class pretty easily. Red-eyed heifer in second is a heifer that follows her kind of the most in type and kind. She's a female you have to really appreciate for her depth of body and her rib shape and her size and scale. She's a heifer that really has enough muscle from behind. She's just a little plainer through that front end compared to the class winner, and her T length just gives me a little bit of concern, but really nice female in second as well. You've got a pretty complete one in third here. A heifer that I really like the look of this female. She's got that nice profile, that nice eye appeal when you get off the side of her. Just a heifer that does push her top up just a little bit when she gets on the move, and you know, if she levels herself out and gets a little sharper looking, she's probably working her way a little higher today. You've got a big volume, really moderate frame kind of female next. Really easy keeping kind of female. You have to appreciate that about her, but she is a little bit past condition-wise in terms of me. And what I like to see, she's just carrying just a little too much fat for me today, but a really big, powerful heifer and a really easy keeping kind of one. We got a couple other heifers here that just working down the line. They're heifers that, to me, just structurally, when you get them on the move, they're a little more restricted in their movement, both of them. The cherry red heifer is kind of a heifer that gets pretty straight through that shoulder, and she just tends to short track for me just a little bit when she gets out on the move, but a couple nice moderate females down in class. We just had a really good class today, and they just need a little more size and scale to get any higher in this one.
Alors, résultat dans la race Hereford pour le deuxième groupe. En première position, chapeau numéro 79, propriété de Stonewood Grange avec Stonewood Château. En deuxième position, de Mercedes Mustang, chapeau numéro 80 avec RRF Rose. Et en troisième position, de Ruby Mustang, chapeau numéro 78 avec l'exhibit Corina 1K. Alors maintenant, on va pouvoir regrouper les premiers de chacun des deux groupes pour finaliser la classe.
Really strong champion Angus female drive on this side. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Like I mentioned before, growing up with Simmentals, watching the Angus show and learning from Angus producers is always something that I've envied and something I've always enjoyed. I do think the maternal strength behind this breed is so good, and I think really truly unmatched in terms of the beef cattle industry. And I think there's a lot of cattle out here that represent that really well. And I did mention it before too on the bull side. To me, I'm just going to sort quality how I see them. There's some big age gaps between some of these cattle. To me, there's not really much in terms of quality gaps. And I'm not afraid to use a younger one if the quality is there. And I think there's a lot of really good quality here through a young man winning that heifer calf division between two incredibly good breds that come out of an awesome class, and still a really solid 2-year-old pair at the back here. So I'm going to go out and take one more look, but what an awesome morning sorting the Angus show. I've had a lot of fun. Really looking forward to the rest of my time here at Expo Boeuf.
Résultat pour la grande championne de l'Expo Boeuf 2023 dans la race Angus. Alors, la grande championne, propriété de Ross Gillis et Julie Denison avec Ellesmere Tibi. Et la réserve grande championne, chapeau numéro 42, propriété de Charlie Oates, Ryan Enright et Austin Duff Farm avec l'exhibit Howard Spring Rose.
Just a real nice division over on the Hereford side. I talk these females when they're out in class and off, so I'll just go show you which two I like the best, and we'll watch the cows come in next.
Alors, pour la race Hereford, la championne junior, chapeau numéro 64, propriété de Ray Smith avec l'exhibit Murray 84K. Et la réserve junior, chapeau numéro 79, propriété de Stonewood Grange avec l'exhibit Stonewood WSF Shuttle. Bon, alors dans la race Angus, pour la classe numéro 13, la classe de groupe, alors ne bougez pas de votre place non plus, parce que je vais faire la remise des bannières. Alors en première position, Mac Angus avec David Simmental. En deuxième position, Ronald avec Dynamique. En troisième position, Service Animal Noiseux. Et en quatrième position, Kenneth Boeuf. Alors ça, c'est le positionnement pour la classe de groupe. On va procéder maintenant à la remise des bannières. Mr. Noble, a commandité les bannières par les équipements Guillet. Donc, on va commencer par la première bannière exposant. Alors en troisième position, Service Animal Noiseux. En deuxième position, Mac Angus Farm de David Simmental. Et en première position, exposant 2023, Boeuf, Kenneth Boeuf. Félicitations. Pour ce qui est maintenant de la bannière releveur, Breeder. Alors, en troisième position, Service Animal Noiseux. Deuxième position, Mac Angus Farm. Et en première position également de Kenneth Boeuf. Alors, rappelons la commandite des bannières vient de Équipement Guillet, que nous remercions. Alors, il va rester progéniture du père, progéniture de la mère.
Back on the Hereford side, give these guys a round of applause. This is a fantastic class of 2-year-old females. I know how much work it is to get these females cow-calf pairs to town, and to have 3 that are this exceptional is really a testament to our breed, and I'm really proud of these 3. The female that starts the class is one that I really like her type and kind. Got a beautiful heifer calf in front of her, nice udder setup coming underneath her. She's just a really nice pair to start the class. The cow in second is probably a more powerful type of cow. A cow that just isn't made quite as nice, doesn't quite appeal quite as nice as the heifer, as the cow above her. I like the cow above her in terms of her structure just a little better on those front feet, and her udder quality just a little better. But a really nice pair, big heifer calf and the heifer in front of the cow in second. A good pair as well, and I think between second and third where it sorts for me is the heifer calves in front of them. I really like the heifer calf in the second place pair, just quite a bit better than the one in third. She's a lot nicer through her front end. She's got a lot more shape down low, and just a really nice pair. The pair in third is an awesome pair as well. I really like the cow, the way she's made, her femininity, the condition that she's been brought to town in. Just a cow that, you know, if you're going to use her ahead of another cow, it's just the calf in front of her isn't quite as high quality as the calf that beats her. But a really nice pair. Should be very proud of her.
It's pretty cool to see a couple animals out here off of the same dam. I know that's something that's really, really hard to do, especially to do back-to-back years. So let's give this exhibit a round of applause. Really nice progeny of dam.
Alors, c'est ce qui complète le jugement de la race Angus pour l'Expo Boeuf 2023. Je tiens à remercier nos commanditaires. Je tiens à remercier aussi notre juge, M. Toby Noble, d'avoir été juge pour la race Angus, ainsi que notre wingman Guy Noiseux, qui est un éleveur de Wagyu en passant. Wagyu Angus.
L'agricole de la Laurentienne, il est tout à national.
T'es-tu sérieux?
Ça a été racheté il y a 2-3 ans.
Ah, je savais pas.
C'est pas long-chose start.
Oui, mais ça va être national qui gère informatiquement ce qui est à l'ancienne ou pas partout?
Pas pour le particulier.
Ah non?
C'est une autre affaire.
Alors, bonjour à tous. Je vous souhaite la bienvenue au jugement Simmental de l'Expo Boeuf 2023. Notre juge aujourd'hui est M. Toby Marble de Black Gold Simmental à Saskatchewan. So, hi everybody, welcome to the Simmental show of the 2023 Expo Boeuf edition. Our judge today is Mr. Toby Marble from Black Gold Simmental in Saskatchewan. So, we're going to start with the first split of the bull calf class. So please bring your animals to the showroom.
Alors, je vais donner les résultats dans la classe 13 Hereford pour la classe de groupe. En première position, chapeau numéro 93 de Sarah Darrow, Derek Black. Deuxième position, numéro 97, la ferme Stonewood Grange. Troisième position, 98 de Christopher Lodge. En quatrième position, chapeau 95 de Goldie Raymond. En cinquième, le numéro 92 de Amanda Boucher. Sixième position, John Buzzell. Et septième position, Stephen Godin. Alors, pour maintenant la remise des bannières, on va commencer par le premier releveur dans la race Hereford d'Expo Boeuf, une commandite de GK Golden Farm.
On va à Stonewood Ranch.
Alors, le gagnant, Stonewood Grange Farm. Maintenant, la bannière de premier exposant, commanditée par Black River Herefords. Alors, le gagnant, Stonewood Grange Farm. Alors, félicitations. Alors là, maintenant, il reste la progéniture du père, la progéniture de la mère, ceux qui participent. Alors, on va commencer avec Get of Sire.
Get of Sire. Qui est là-dedans?
We start with Get of Sire.
Just the late is here ou cantine.
Alors, c'est ce qui complète le jugement de la race Hereford aujourd'hui. L'Expo Boeuf tient à remercier M. Jeff Lees de Saskatchewan, un éleveur Hereford. Thank you, Mr. Lees, for coming in Quebec judging our exhibition.
C'est pas bon.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks. Oh, yeah. I think a really nice class of Simmental bull calves to get us started here on the Simmental side. A lot of different types and sizes and shapes and bulls with different maturity patterns. But I think when we talk about combining some muscle, combining some mass, and doing so with the right kind of structure, the right kind of look, the dark red bull for me works himself to the top. Starting up front, I really like how attractive and masculine this guy is about his head and neck. From there back, he's really opened up through the center portion of his rib. He's powerful out of his hip. When we study him from the side, is he the deepest bodied one? No, probably not. But again, I think that bull reads with enough depth of body with the right kind of muscle pattern to win this class. There's probably more depth of rib and softness in the black baldy that comes next, and I definitely appreciate him for that. Comparatively, he's probably a little bit better in the angle of his shoulder than our class winner. Where I change this guy is just on the move. He's a little bit more rigid in terms of the way he handles his hind leg. He just wants to snap in terms of his pasterns, has a little bit of extra set into his hock, but that's a big bull with the right kind of body and muscle pattern. Definitely gives you a really good look from the side. White-faced bull that comes next, to me, this one's just really solid all the way through. You study his body shape, you study his muscle pattern. This bull is just rugged, opened up, powerful. Where he falls in the third for me is he's just a shot plain. We study him through his head and his neck. He just doesn't have that same kind of look and presence as the two bulls in front of him. But again, that's a bull that's just really solid all the way through. Painted up bull that comes next, I really like this guy's muscle pattern. He's really big pinned and really big into his stifle, and he carries that width all the way to the ground. For me, he just maybe wants to open up at his shoulder, funnel back a little bit tighter into his forerib, just not the same kind of softness there as some of the other cattle. There's as much growth and muscle and overall performance in the red bull that comes next. And what this guy does, he does really well from a performance, growth, muscle standpoint. And I appreciate him for that. It's just with his added muscle, I just like to modify him a little bit in his build. He's just a little bit more rigid in his hind leg. He's a little bit straighter through his shoulder. But in terms of how being a big outline muscular performance one, that guy's really, really good. Black bull that comes next is opened up and stout and powerful. He's a little bit rounder in his overall muscle pattern, a little bit frailer at the ground. Nice baldy calf that comes next that has some structural advantages. He's just not as opened up and powerful all the way through, not quite as big in his scrotal. Big baldy blaze face calf that comes next. Like to fix this guy in terms of his spine and right behind his shoulder, but I like his body shape and muscle pattern. Blaze bull that comes next is good structured, long-bodied, and smooth. I just want to open this guy up all the way through. We'll round out the class with a long-bodied, sound-structured one. I'd like to change him in his scrotal and just through his head and neck, but I think that's a really good class with a couple really solid bulls on top.
Alors, on attend les résultats pour le premier split dans la classe de bull calf dans l'arène Simmental. So now the results for this first split in the Simmental ring. En première position, first place, le numéro 7, number 7, Master R. Centurion 59L, propriété owned by the Mastine. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 8, number 8, USA Capacity Queen for L, propriété de owned by Jordan Order Hill. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 4, number 4, Rosemead Legacy 72L, propriété de owned by Rosemead Farm. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 6, number 6, North River Lionel, propriété de owned by Firm Bischoff. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 9, number 9, WKF Revival 53L, propriété de owned by Laura Parson. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 2, number 2, San Salvador Kawaii Code 304L, propriété de owned by Service Animal Noiseau. En septième position, seventh place, le numéro 5, number 5, MYJ Legend, propriété de owned by Ruby Mastime. En huitième position, eighth place, le numéro 1, number 1, Todd Laredo 38L, propriété de owned by Todd Simmental. En neuvième position, ninth place, le numéro 10, number 10, FTAL Toro 13L, propriété de owned by Terra Agri. Et en dixième position, in 10th place, le numéro 3, number 3, Todd Lexus 30L, propriété de owned by Todd Simmental. Nous continuons maintenant avec la deuxième vague. So now we continue with the second split.
Well, I apologize for taking a little bit of extra time on this Simmental bull calf class. I do think there's 5 bulls out here that are all really, really good and different, so it just takes a little bit of time to sort through them, and for me, kind of sort out where I'm going to put my preferences and where I'm going to put my priorities. But when we talk about a bull that combines muscle, combines softness, and combines some extra feature at the ground in terms of foot, bone, and structural integrity, to me that's where I land on the black calf to win this class. Opened up, muscular, but yet still soft, and that's his direct advantage over the red bull that stands in second. From the side, he's softer and deeper about his lower body. As we watch him go, to me this bull's just looser in terms of his hide, in terms of his overall skeleton. I just really think that he can combine that muscle pattern with the right kind of softness, the right kind of body shape, and still does so with a good enough look from the shoulders forward. Really opened up and really overwhelming in terms of muscle is the red bull that stands in second. He competes in the class in terms of pin set and in terms of hip shape. Up high, he's really expressive and wide over his top, right behind his shoulder and over his loin. I really, really like this bull. Just from the side, is he as soft? Does he have that sweeping lower body shape that our class winner does? Probably not, and that's why he's going to stand in second. But again, his advantages are in terms of muscle, still does so while being really good and masculine through his head, neck, and shoulder. Black bull that stands in third from the side, there's no doubt he's contending to win this class, and I think that's pretty good considering he's not blessed with the big hair coat that a few of these other bulls in the class are. He's a little bit slicker, but from the side, this guy profiles and blends so good. He's up-headed, he's smooth all the way throughout. I like his body shape. Comparatively, is he as massive and opened up as some of the other ones? No, he's not, and that's why he's standing in third. But in terms of being good-bodied and smooth and good-built, I still like that bull. Right away, this bull that comes in fourth, when he come in, I thought, man, he's contending to win the class, and he did contend all the way throughout. Comparatively, is he as good through his forerib and flank as some of the others? No, he's not. He wants to flatten to the base of his quarter ever so slightly, but I like his added growth, I like his structural integrity, and I like his body shape. Red bull that comes next right away, I love this bull's body shape and rib dimension. Really soft and opened up, and I think still leads with the right kind of muscle. It's just right behind his shoulder. I just want to fix that bull. And in through his forerib, he just wants to funnel back a little bit tighter there. And if we do so, there's no doubt he's at the top of this class. But that's just my only hold back on a bull with that kind of body shape. Just want to fix him right behind his shoulder. Really long body, performance-driven, full-blood bull that comes here next. I like his structural integrity. I like his length and muscle. Comparatively, is he as soft through his forward and flank as others? No, he's not. We can maybe elevate him at the top of his shoulder a little bit. But I like that bull in terms of being a solid, practical one, just maybe not as soft and level as some of the other ones. Full-blood bull that was right behind him that we missed out on. I loved his body shape. I loved the kind of functional bull he was. He got outpowered in terms of frame growth and overall bone. I like the ruggedness of this black bull. Let's just tidy him up in his sheath and in his front end. Black bull that comes next is really solid and smooth all the way throughout. He's plainer about his front end, and we could just open him up as well. Red bull that comes next, I love his muscle. I love his length. I love his color. Let's fix him in his build in terms of his hind leg. Bring some of that swelling down, and he'll move his way up, no question. Full-blood bull is going to round out the class with arguably one of the biggest pin sets, one of the widest hip and most muscle of the class. I want to relax him off both ends of his skeleton and see him just a little bit better moving today. But I think that's an awesome group of bulls with 5 really good ones.
Alors maintenant, les résultats pour cette deuxième vague dans la race Simmental pour la classe des bull calf. So now the results for the second split in the Simmental ring for the bull calf class. En première position, first place, le numéro 19, number 19, Keystone Lineman 1L, propriété de owned by Chris Lodge. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 16, number 16, Barley Phoenix 5L, propriété de owned by Jerry Barber. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 12, number 12, Whitewater Lumber 18L, propriété de owned by Whitewater Livestock. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 11, number 11, Village Obvious 5L, propriété de owned by David and Marilyn Gray. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 18, number 18, Outset Mickey Proby Shed 111L, propriété de owned by Outset Cattle Co. En 6e, 6th place, le numéro 15, number 15, JEMG Gypsy Cannon 2L, propriété de owned by Jenison Genetics. En 7e, 7th place, le numéro 13, number 13, High-Tech Lieutenant 115L, propriété de owned by High-Tech Farm. En 8e, 8th place, le numéro 17, number 17, JAMG Blue Eyes Dynasty 1L, propriété de owned by Jenison Genetics. En 9e, 9th place, le numéro 20, number 20, Rosemead Linebacker 66L, propriété de owned by Rosemead Farm. Et en 10e, 10th place, le numéro 14, number 14, High-Tech Limelight ET 116L, propriété de owned by Brittany and John Dew. Félicitations, congratulations. Nous continuons maintenant avec la 3e vague. So now the third speak in the ring.
I think another good class and a top trio of Red Bulls that are really overwhelming in terms of muscle shape and scrotal development at this stage of the game. For me, what separates the solid Red Bull from the two others is just his structural integrity and his overall softness. And we asked these cattle to go in comparatively to second and third. This bull's just far more flexible off of both ends. I prefer the angle of his shoulder, and still from his shoulder, I think he reads softer and a little bit deeper from his forerib into the middle portion of his body. Again, he does so while having more than enough in terms of true muscle shape. I really like that guy just from a standpoint as being opened up and good built. Young lady does a nice job of getting him shown. Overwhelmingly stout and powerful Baldy bull that comes next. Probably as big a rib, as big a top, and as big a hip shape as any in this class. And with that, I would like to just soften him up ever so slightly. It seems some of these cattle get so opened up through the middle portion of the rib, they maybe just don't have the same kind of softness as our class winner, and that's just the only thing that kind of holds me back on that bull. But again, his muscle shape is undeniable. Similar could be said for the bull that stands in third, really opened up and powerful. In comparative to second place, I'd just like to fix him a little bit more in the angle of his shoulder. He's maybe not quite as good as he transitions from his shoulder to forerib as the bull that stands in second, but I think that's a place that's really close for me. From there, I really like the build and body shape of the full-blood bull that stands in fourth. He's going to get outpowered today in terms of length, in terms of stoutness of bone, and in terms of overall muscle. But just in terms of body shape and structure, he has some advantages over 2 and 3. I just like to make that bull a little bit bigger and stouten him up. I prefer the foot and bone shape on the full-blood bull that comes next over the 1 and 4th. He's bigger at the ground, and I think he offers a little bit more in terms of true muscle. He's a little bit plainer as we study him in through his head, neck, and chest floor. He's a little bit bigger and plainer in his sheath. But in terms of being a muscular, opened-up bull, I still like that one. Long-bodied full-blood bull that comes next. If we could just see him a shot bigger in his scrotal development, he's probably going to leap those other 2 full-blood bulls. That's just my only hold-up on a long-bodied calf. Black bull that comes next, like to soften him up and see him have a little bit more foot, bone, and feature, but length of body and structural integrity is really good. Young man has a red bull that I like a lot of. I just wish there was more of him in terms of length, in terms of growth. Full-blood bull that comes next is long and fluid in his movement, not as soft in his flank as forward, and he just flattens to the base of his quarter. We'll round out with a couple of red bulls that are big and long, and structurally I think they're pretty good. I'd like to soften these cattle up. I'd like to see them stouter in their bone work to place them any higher today. But I think that's a good class with 3 really interesting red bulls on the top.
Alors, le résultat pour cette finale split dans la classe des Bull Calf Simmental. So now the result for this third split Bull Calf class in the Simmental ring. En première position, first place, le numéro 29, number 29. SB Walk on Water 84L, propriété de owned by Louise Rosenstrom. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 23, number 22. WKF Slug 2L, propriété de owned by Laura Person. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 22, number 22. WKF Franchester 2L, propriété de owned by Laura Person. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 24, number 24, Donovan de Lambert, propriété de owned by Joel and Keita Donovan. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 31, number 31, Roseview Lieutenant, propriété de owned by Paul Perez. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 26, number 26, North River Limited Edition, propriété de owned by Fred Bischoff. En septième position, seventh place, le numéro 21, number 21, Riverside GR Lockdown 35L, propriété de owned by Rivermores. En huitième position, in eighth place, le numéro 27, number 27, Triple R Viper 3L, propriété de owned by 12 Whitney. En neuvième position, ninth place, le numéro 25, number 25, CBF Grover 5L, propriété de owned by Coastal Brook Farm. En dixième position, 10th place, le numéro 30, number 30, FTA Captain McCracken 1L, propriété de owned by Terra Agri. Et en 11e position, in 11th place, Le numéro 28, number 28, Terre Côte Island L, propriété de Hyundai Todd Simmental. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec le jugement de la division finale par la classe de Bull Calf. So now the final split for the Bull Calf class in the Simmental ring.
Alors, bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, et bienvenue au jugement de la race Shorthorn et de la race Speckle Park de l'Expo Boeuf 2023. Dans un premier temps, on va commencer avec les mâles dans la race Shorthorn et on suivra avec les mâles, les taureaux, dans la race Speckle. Aujourd'hui, notre juge est Mme Sheila James. C'est un éleveur Hereford dans la région de Ottawa Valley.
Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. There's 10 really good bulls out here. I'm not going to go through and talk the cattle. We've already done that in their respective classes, but I think for me, when you combine muscle shape, you combine the right kind of body shape, but to do so in a structurally good enough package is kind of, as we go through the bulls, to me, that's kind of what starts to sort it. And there's just a little bit of kind of nitpick fine details to me that you know, kind of can separate a couple placings when the cattle are this stout and this deep. You know, there's probably two bulls out here that to me are very, very similar. It's getting really, really picky. One of them's a little bit better sheathed. One of them's a little bit leveler hipped. You can kind of pick and choose and go with what you want. But to me, the cattle that rose to the top of this class are muscular, opened up, but more importantly, they do so with the right kind of build. So really, really good class of bull calves.
Alors, les résultats pour la classe de bull calf de l'année dans la race Simmental. La bannière est une commandite de taux de Simmental et la bannière pour le bull calf de réserve est une commandite de la Eastern Connection Bull and Female Sale. So now the result for the bull calf class in the Simmental ring. The banner is sponsored by Todd Simmental for the first place, and for the reserve bull calf, the banner is sponsored by Eastern Connection Bull and Female Sale. Alors là, maintenant les résultats sont dans les airs. En première position, first place, le numéro 29, number 29, SB Wagon Water 84L, propriété de owned by Reese Rosenstrom. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 19, number 19, Keystone Lyman 1L, propriété de owned by Christopher Lodge and Danny Bergeron. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 16, number 16, Barley Phoenix 5L, propriété de owned by Jerry Barber. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 7, number 7, Master R Centurion 59L, propriété owned by the Mastine. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 23, number 23, WKF Slug 3L, propriété de owned by Laura Parson. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 12, number 12, Whitewater Number 18L, propriété de owned by Whitewater Livestock. En septième position, in seventh place, le numéro 8, number 8, US10 Capacity King 4L, propriété de owned by Jordan Underhill. En huitième position, 8th place, le numéro 22, number 22, WKA Franchester 2L, propriété de owned by Laura Parson. En 9e position, 9th place, le numéro 11, number 11, Village of Use 5L, propriété de owned by David Merindley. Et en 10e position, 10th place, le numéro 24, number 24, Donovan de Lombard, propriété de owned by Joel and Keith Donovan. Félicitations, congratulations. Nous continuons maintenant avec la classe des veaux d'automne. C'est the fall class in the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, get a look at the Shorthorn ring. Did you see what walked in here? Holy smacks. We've got a bull in first place that's a real eye-catcher. Look at the size of this January bull calf. He's got lots of muscle expression, plenty of testicle. I love the feet and legs, the angle of the pastern that this bull has. That is going to make a good herd sire. The bull in second place. This is a well-muscled bull. Just doesn't have the size and volume as the bull calf above him. I'd like to change his testicle a little bit, slightly twisted. The bull in third place doesn't have the same muscle expression as the bulls above him, but look at the testicle that this fella has. He's walking out well on those feet and legs. Just I would like to give him more depth of rib and depth of flank to meet up with the boys ahead of him.
Alors, premier résultat dans la race Shorthorn, first results in the Shorthorn breed. En première position, first place, Shadybrook, Flashpoint, propriété de Shadybrook Shorthorn, chapeau numéro 1. Deuxième position également de Shadybrook Shorthorn avec l'exhibit Shadybrook Valiant, chapeau numéro 3. Et troisième position de la ferme Cedar Grove avec l'exhibit CGF Surlong, chapeau numéro 2.
In the Shorthorn ring, we've got a yearling Shorthorn bull here. Have a look at this fellow. He's a May 2022. And when I examine this bull, I really like how his shoulder blends into his rib. Also, I really appreciate the feet and legs. If you watch how this bull travels, he's going to do really well on pasture to be breeding cows because he really walks out well, really good feet and legs. He's got plenty of testicle, nice wide chest floor. This bull is going to do well breeding cows on pasture. Congratulations on this yearling Shorthorn bull.
Alors, résultat dans la race Shorthorn, la classe 3, on n'avait qu'un seul exhibit. So the results for the Class 3 in the Shorthorn. First place, number 4, the propriété de Carrie Johnston avec l'exhibit High Ridge Sunset.
On the Simmental side, I think there's a lot of give and take between our first and second place bulls, as they're very, very different, and it's pretty obvious they're pretty different in terms of their stage of maturity, and I think they're bulls that I can appreciate for each what they offer, but for me, the bull that is more unique, that is more out there in terms of his pieces, is the solid red bull. From the shoulders back, I love this bull. He's so opened up, he's so stout and powerful, just that dark red color. He's attractive in the way that he's built. I think this guy's really, really flexible when we study him through his hip and hind leg. I love the way he carries that with the base all the way to the ground. For me, at this stage of the game, if we could just change him, I'd like to just change his head and neck. Let's try and give this guy just a shot more crest, just see a little bit more masculinity out of him. But again, when he gets his head up from the side and profiling, there's a lot to like about that bull. Big, powerful individual comes here in second, and when I'm talking about maturity and whatnot, this is kind of more what I'm looking for. You study him through his head and neck, this guy's masculine. He looks like a bull. From there, I like this bull from the profile. I like him in terms of his build. He's probably further advanced in terms of his testicle development over our class winner. But actually, when you study this bull from behind, he's not as opened up in his muscle shape as our class winner. He's not quite as bold in his pin setter, bold all the way through. But in terms of body shape, in terms of structure, in terms of this guy's herd bull look, he offers a lot, and I'm still quite high on him. Full-blood bull that's going to round out the class is a long-bodied, smooth-structured one. Another bull that's good in terms of his testicle development. He's further at the ground, but more critically, I just like to change him a bit in his build. He wants to toe out there from his knee to his hoof, and just like to open this guy up at his base. But I think there's two bulls on top there that offer a little bit of give and take. Both offer a lot of quality. Sorry, I lost her for a second.
Alors, on attend dans l'arène Simmental les résultats pour la classe développement d'automne. So now in the Simmental ring, the results for this fall bull calf class. En première position, first place, le numéro 32, number 32, Donovan de Kick Cass, propriété de owned by Joel and Keita Donovan. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 34, number 34, Elias Raptor 2722, propriété de owned by Mark McCord. Et en troisième position, third place, le numéro 33, number 33, Donovan Del Kingpin, propriété de owned by Joel and Keita Donovan. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la classe des taureaux d'honneur. C'est dans le yearling bull class.
In the Shorthorn ring, we have 3 senior yearling bulls here. The bull that I have in first place, this is a bull that has lots of muscle expression. I really appreciate how he walks out really well on those feet and legs, good angle to his pastern, really wide chest floor, looking really masculine. I like the size and shape of his testicle. The bull in second place, I would just like to give him a bit more strength through that forerib. He's got lots of muscle over his loin, but just not enough volume compared to the bull ahead of him. The bull in third place, when I put him beside the first 2 bulls, he just doesn't have the same amount of muscle and volume as the bulls ahead of him. And I'd like to change the testicle. He's got lots of testicle, but slightly twisted testicle on this bull. But these are going to make good breeding bulls.
Alors, dans la race Shorthorn, les résultats de la classe 4 sont in the Shorthorn Class 4. Première position, chapeau numéro 6, Shadybrook Shorthorn avec l'exhibit Shadybrook Whiteout. Deuxième position, numéro 7, également de Shadybrook Shorthorn avec Shadybrook Storm. Et en troisième position, une third place de propriété de Carrie Johnston avec High Ridge Nationwide.
Pair of yearling bulls here in the Simmental ring, and I think a decision for me that was actually a lot closer than I initially thought. We have a couple bulls that to me are pretty different in terms of their body shapes. They come just a little bit different in terms of their conditions, but I think what's similar about them is they're both quite good. They're just kind of subtle differences to me. But to me, the bull that's going to win the class, I prefer him from his shoulders forward. I prefer him in his sheath, and I actually think he's a little bit more opened up and a little bit more massive right behind his shoulder. As we get on these cattle, I think he's just a little bit more muscular and has a little bit more topside shape than our bull in second, and that's kind of what ended up doing it for me. Because from the side, the bull that stands in second, he has advantages in terms of depth of body. I like this bull's fleshing ability. I think both these bulls are in really good condition. Neither of them have too much on them. It's obvious they're both out working. But again, the bull in second offers a little bit more depth of rib. To me, he's just a little bit easier feeding. But like I said, right behind his shoulder, this bull just comes back a shot and arrow. He's a little bit plainer from his shoulders forward and not the same kind of look and balance. But again, those are 2 bulls that both read with quality. Subtle differences to me sort the 2.
Alors maintenant, les résultats pour la classe des mâles 1 an dans la race Simmental, c'est un des résultats pour le yearling bull de Simmental ring. En première position, first place, le numéro 35, number 35, Excel Cross 405K, propriété de owned by Tracy and Kevin McIntyre. Et en deuxième position, second place, le numéro 36, number 36, Donovan the Keeper, propriété de owned by Joel and Keita Donovan. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la classe de championnat junior. So now we follow the junior championship class. Les bannières sont des commandites de high-tech Simmental pour la bannière de champion junior et de la Select Wholesale, la bannière de champion junior de réserve. So the banner is going to be sponsored by high-tech Farm and Select Wholesale Group.
Alors, le champion junior dans la race Shorthorn, chapeau numéro 6, propriété de Shadybrook Shorthorn, avec l'exhibit Shadybrook Whiteout, et le réserve junior Shadybrook Storm, également de Shadybrook Shorthorn. Maintenant, on va procéder au grand champion de l'Expo Boeuf 2023 dans la race Shorthorn. So we will go with the grand champion, Bull 2023.
4 bulls out here in our junior Simmental drive that I think all are really quite good. This junior division, there's obviously a big gap in terms of age variation, but I don't think there's much of a gap in terms of quality. And with that being said, I still think there are 2 bulls that, to me, kind of rise ahead, pretty easy, and those are going to be our 2 class winners. The big black bull will be our champion, with the neat red calf being reserve.
Alors, le champion junior dans la race Simmental, le junior champion de Simmental Ring, le numéro 35, number 35, Excel Crest 405K, propriété owned by Kevin Tracy McIntyre. Félicitations, congratulations. Et le champion Simmental de réserve, le Reserve Junior Champion, numéro 32, number 32, Donovan Bell Kick Ass, propriété owned by Joel and Keitha Donovan. Félicitations, congratulations. Nous poursuivons maintenant avec la classe de taureau 2 ans. C'est next in the ring, le 2-year bull class. Alors, dans la reine Simmental, nous avons seulement un représentant pour la classe des taureaux 2 ans. Donc, on retrouve le numéro 37, number 37, Summer Mr. Jake 4J, propriété owned by Jason Morse. So, in the Simmental ring, we only have one representative for the 2-year bull class. So, the winner is number 37. He's also the senior champion. And the banner is sponsored by Select Bullside. So, Summer Mr. Jake 4J, propriété owned by Jason Morse. Félicitations, congratulations.
Alors, dans la race Shorthorn, le grand champion de l'Expo Boeuf 2023, numéro 6, propriété de Shadybrook Shorthorn avec Shadybrook Whiteout, et le réserve grand champion de Shadybrook Shorthorn également avec l'exhibit Shadybrook Storm. Both are able to go, are allowed to go to the Supreme à Toronto et aussi à Exhibition. Participation possible si vous voulez y aller.
Just a lone 2-year-old bull here in our senior champion entry, and I think a bull that could really stand a lot of competition. Just on his own, he's really hard to fault. He's good and flexible in terms of his build. He's good enough in terms of his muscle pattern, and I think he leads with the right kind of body shape. He's opened up enough all the way through, has enough look from his shoulders forward, just a really, really solid individual.
Alors maintenant, dans l'arène cimentale, nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec le jugement du grand championnat pour les morts. So on the Simmental ring, we continue with the Main Grand Championship. La bannière sera une commandite de banner of the Grand Championnat is going to be sponsored by Firm Erisa. Et la bannière de grand champion de réserve is going to be sponsored by Jamison Genetics.
Really good champion Simmental bull drive. Let's give him a big round of applause. And I think right away from some of those really big, deep bull calf classes all the way through to some of these extra age cattle, I think there's a lot of quality throughout. There's a lot of bulls I think that represent what the Simmental breed does so well in terms of adding a little bit of extra punch in terms of muscle and growth and body, and doing so with a big functional set of hind wheels underneath them. And I think there are 6 bulls out here that do all that quite well. And I'll keep it pretty blunt and short. I think we've got a pretty big female show coming up, so I'll go and select your champion and reserve Simmental bull.
Alors, notre grand champion Simmental 2023 pour Expo Boeuf dans la race Simmental, c'est notre main grand champion de Simmental ring, le numéro 37, number 37, Mr. Jack 4G, propriété de Owned by Jason Morse. Congratulations, félicitations. Et notre grand champion de réserve, le Reserve Grand Champion, le numéro 29, number 29, SB Walk on Water, 84L, propriété de Owned by Louise Wilson-Strong. Félicitations, congratulations. So now we're going to take a few minutes to take the official picture, and we will continue with the first split in the heifer calf class.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the Speckle Park bull calf class, the black bull that I've put in first place, when I stand behind him, I look at his hindquarters. He seems to have more muscle, more round muscle from behind as well as over the loin. I just like he's got a really strong muscle on his top line, nice depth of rib and depth of flank, really moves out well on those feet and legs. The bull in second place just didn't have quite the same, when I'm standing behind them, just doesn't have the same amount of width between the hooks and the pins as the bull in first place. Second place bull has a lot of capacity, good size, really walks out well on those feet and legs. I placed him over the bull in third place. This is a younger bull in third place. And yeah, when you look at him, I placed third over fourth because I like the loin in your third place bull more so than the one in fourth place. But yeah, a lot of capacity on this third place bull, good testicle development. The bull in fourth place, have a look. He's got really nice depth of rib, this bull. I'd like to maybe tidy up his shoulder there where it blends into his forerib, and I'd like to give him a bit more muscle over the loin and in the hindquarters. The bull that we have, the black bull in fourth place, youngest bull in the class, gives up some of the capacity and that the bulls above him. Granted, he's a younger bull, but I'd like to see more muscle development on him, but he's going to come ahead and be a real good herd bull too as well. There's your class of Speckle Park bull calves.
Alors, en première position, chapeau numéro 5, de propriété de Jordan Underhill avec US Rags to Riches. Deuxième position, chapeau numéro 4, également de Jordan Underhill avec US Wade in the Track. Troisième position, chapeau numéro 2 de Ribbon Net Farm avec Ribbon Net Sénateur. Quatrième position, chapeau numéro 3 de Kevin Rioux avec Looking Good War. Et en cinquième position, chapeau numéro 1 de Ranch Lugami avec Lugami Blackie.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the Speckle Park ring, we've got one entry of the junior yearling bull. Have a look at this fellow, folks. This is a bull in September 2022, so he's showing a lot of growth. When I look behind him, he's got a lot of width. I really like the testicle development on this fellow. When I look at his top line, he's got lots of muscle, lots of loin. I like how his shoulder blends nicely into that forerib. He's got good depth of rib. This is a bull that's going to do well in a breeding herd. Congratulations on this bull.
Alors pour la classe 2 dans le Speckle Park, en première position, chapeau numéro 6, propriété de ranch Lugami avec l'exhibit Lugami Ringo Star.
We move into our Simmental female show, another big class with heifer calves, and I think there's a lot of quality all the way through. In saying that, I also think there's a clear-cut winner in my mind, the socked heifer up front, in terms of look, in terms of presence, but still doing so with the right kind of body shape, still being maternal enough in the way that in the sweep that she has to the lower portion of her body. I think this one's really, really good. And with that, I think she still leads with enough muscle. When you get behind this one, she has some spread, she has some pin set, and she has some whip. And I think just does so in terms of, and then just does so with a high quality look and a high quality build. There was probably a shot more foot, bone, and feature in the second place female. As we study her at the ground, I'll give her the advantage in terms of foot size. With that, here's another one that I think still balances good and has a good enough look from the side. When we get comparative, she's maybe not setting as good through her tail head. She's maybe not quite as good in her throat watch and in her chest floor as our class winner. But individually, I think that's a female that has some look and has some balance and does so while having some extra feature there at the ground. Moderate framed socked heifer that stands in third, the youngest female of the class. I really like this one's body shape. She's moderate, she's easy doing, she's deep ribbed, and I think she leads with enough muscle. Comparatively, again, this one from her shoulders forward maybe just isn't quite as good. She pushes down a little bit more there in her chest floor, and right as she blends from her chest floor back into her forerib, she's maybe just not as neat and tidy as the two right ahead of her. The red heifer that stands in fourth hits you hard right away. This one's really up-headed. She offers a lot of growth, length, and overall muscle. Just as everything balanced together on this one, quite as good, probably not. Right behind her shoulder, and as we study her from her forerib to her flank, she just doesn't balance up quite as good as some of the other ones in this class. Baldy red one that comes next that I think is really, really solid. Fundamentally, this one's going to make a nice cow. She's long, she's smooth, she's powerful. She's not as opened up in terms of her rib shape or as soft and deep from the side, but I think fundamentally that one's really good. Young lady does an awesome job with a solid black heifer that's moderate and big-bodied, no question the profitable kind. She's maybe just a rib short as we get comparative to some of the other cattle in this class. Nonetheless, she's doing a great job, and you'll have fun with that one. Red heifer that comes next, another upgrade in terms of muscle shape and expression. Just the way that she goes about it is just a little bit piecier. She offers a bit more navel. She's a little bit more open in her shoulder, but again, that one has some muscle and rib, and you can still like a lot about. Black heifer that comes next, probably just a shot smoother than the one right in front of her. This one's still long and flexible off of both ends. I just think she wants to flatten all the way through. I just like to pull her apart at her base. See this one just a shot tidier about her head. Red heifer that comes next offers as much length and overall growth and muscle as any. To me, she's just a little bit too upright in her angles, and I'd like to relax her in that regard. Black heifer that's going to round out the class is one that I think has some quality in terms of structure and the right pieces. It's just unfortunate she does so coming in the smallest package. I just like to power that one up all the way through. But I think that's a good class with a really unique class winner.
Alors, à la reine Simmental, le résultat de la première vague pour la classe des femelles de l'année, c'est Simmental the results for this first split in the heifer calf class. En première position, first place, numéro 45, number 45, Oates Flashy Flood 55L, propriété de owned by Craig Oates. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 46, number 46, TC Terratos Catry L, propriété de owned by Mike Thomas. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 38, number 38, Hightech Nuna 160L, propriété de owned by Brittany and John Dew. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 47, number 47, FTA Means Futura 16L, propriété de owned by Terra Agri. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 44, number 44, Todd Lavish Joy 27L, propriété de owned by Todd Simmental. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 48, number 48, Stoneacre Levergirl 9L, propriété de owned by Ida Stone. En septième position, seventh place, le numéro 42, number 42, G&G Clarissa 9L, propriété de owned by Jenison Genetics. En huitième position, eighth place, le numéro 41, number 41, No Miss Exclusive 4L, propriété de owned by A.A. Taiwan. En neuvième position, ninth place, le numéro 39, number 39, J.A.N.G. Isabella 12L, propriété de owned by Jenison Genetics. Et en dixième position, front place, le numéro 43, number 43, MBFS Lacey 10L ET, propriété de owned by the Follow. So on va poursuivre avec des éleveurs sur nos refer the second split.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the Speckle Park class, yearling bulls. Wow, look at this bull that I have in first place. He's got incredible depth of rib, depth of flank, walking out really well on great feet and legs. And you know what? I actually visualize these guys' carcass. I picture their carcass hanging up, and this bull has incredible muscle. He's got so much muscle over his loin, through his stifle, in his rounds. His hindquarters is really wide in his hindquarters. He really wins with me when it comes to muscle and meat. He's got great testicular development as well. This bull is definitely number one in my mind. The bull in second place, this is a bull, a good bull as well. I'd like to give him more depth of rib, depth of flank, just lacking the amount of muscle that the bull in first place does. And as I examine testicle on bull in second place, slightly twisted testicle. And so those are my reasons for placing these Speckle Park bulls. Congratulations, what a good bulls.
Thank you. Alors, en première position dans le Speckle Park en classe numéro 3, le chapeau numéro 7, propriété de Ranch Lugani avec Lugani Casa de Papel. Et en deuxième position, chapeau numéro 8, propriété de Jacques Thériault avec l'exhibit Thériault Six Gun White.
In the Speckle Park ring, we've got some yearling bulls here. The bull that I have in first place is exhibiting phenomenal muscle over his top, over in his loin, in his hindquarters. Just incredible. He's got lots of depth of rib, depth of flank. I like how his shoulder blends nicely into his forerib and then his rib. He's really a nice smooth bull. Lots of testicle, which I really appreciate. He's just got a bit more muscle than the bull in second place. The bull in second place is really smooth. I'd like to pull his flank down, give him more depth of flank, and he just is lacking the same amount of muscle that the bull in first place. I placed the bull in second place over the third place. Just basically muscle mass and how much condition he has on him. The bull in third place is the best walking bull in the group, which accounts for a lot, because when you've got your bulls out on pasture, they have to be able to walk. Bull in third place, all three of these bulls, lots of testicles, so they're going to be able to go out and breed those cows. Congratulations, a really nice class of Speckle Park yearling bulls.
Alors, résultat dans la classe numéro 4 des Speckle Park. En première position, chapeau numéro 9 avec l'exhibit Dustop Vinca, propriété de Muller River Speckle Park. En deuxième position, chapeau numéro 10, US Capacity, propriété de Morgan Speckle Park. Et en troisième position, propriété de Kevin Rio, chapeau numéro 11 avec War Knockout. On va procéder maintenant au championnat junior dans la race Speckle.
Now, I definitely realize that this class looks quite a bit different than our last one, and one of the biggest differences is last class's class winner to this one's class winner, because they are nothing alike really at all, and I'm completely fine with that. The full-bred heifer for me, when we get these final four, I think there's a lot of heifers in here that lead with enough body, lead with enough muscle. To me, it's just genuine build and structural integrity that sorts the full-bred appearing heifer to the top. When you compare to the black blaze-face heifer that stands in second, she's far more relaxed in her spine when we ask her to go. She takes a longer stride off both ends of her skeleton, and like I mentioned, she's just more relaxed in the middle part of her back. Yes, I realize that she's not necessarily fit for the show ring. We do want to tidy her up from her shoulders forward, maybe drop her in her tail head ever so slightly, but again, it's her obvious advantages to me in terms of structural integrity with the right kind of body shape that allows her to win this class. The black baldy is intriguing to say the least. Right away, this one's really long from her shoulders forward. She's attractive from there, and from there back, I think this one's opened up and robust and muscular, but like I mentioned, when we ask her to go, she just wants to work up in the middle part of her spine ever so slightly. Just doesn't take as long of a stride as our class winner, but this view right here from the side when parked, there's a lot to like about that female. 3 and 4 are very, very similar to me. They're really solid, big-bodied, easy-doing kind of females. To me, the solid red heifer over the blaze-faced one, she's just a little bit more opened up in her forerib. She offers just a little bit more spread there right behind her shoulder when we study her in terms of muscle pattern and overall expression. But for me, the reason she kind of falls in the third is I just like to make this one a rib longer. Again, when we ask these cattle to go, she's just not completely level in her spine and the way that she utilizes her hip and rear leg. But again, in terms of being a big-bodied, solid one, there's still a lot to like. Brace face heifer that comes next. This one strikes me as a cow right away. Yes, she's a little bit plain. She wants to push out in her chest floor, maybe get a bit tight in her forerib, but to me, this one strikes me as a cow. She's practical, she's big-bodied, she's really solid, just doesn't have some of those extra pieces. Young man does a great job with a black heifer that comes next that has some muscle advantages. To me, this one's a little bit more conventional in the way she's built. She's rounded out of her hip, maybe a little bit uncoordinated off of her rear too, but again, that one has some muscle and has some body. Full-blood heifer that comes next to me is really intriguing. I like this one from a balance standpoint. I like her body shape, and I like her muscle pattern. I just wish there was a little bit more leather. She just gets outpowered in this particular class, maybe just not quite as flexible off those rear two as we watch her go. No question the outlier in terms of body and muscle mass is the red heifer calf, and I appreciate her for that. She's overwhelming in terms of body depth, body rib shape, and overall muscle. To me, we just need to free this one up and we ask her to go. She just wants to snap in her pasterns at the ground. We can maybe just freshen her up in her condition, but wow, in terms of body and muscle, that one's really, really good. Young man has an intriguing red one that comes next. A lot of really unique pieces in terms of look and build, and there's no doubt that this heifer is going to have her day. Unfortunately, it's just not today. She's really green in her make. She's a little bit flatter in the way that her muscle is designed, but that one has some unique pieces. Red heifer that comes next has some body, has some length. Here's another one that wants to duck her pins when we ask her to go, just maybe not as good in her front end and her neck attachment, but one that has some length of body, has some muscle. We'll round out the class with one that doesn't sacrifice any in terms of length or growth. I'd just like to soften this one up and free her up off both ends of her skeleton, but that's a really, really good class.
Alors maintenant, les résultats pour la deuxième vague dans la classe des femelles de l'année pour la race Simmental. So now the results in this second split in the heifer calf class in the Simmental line. En première position, first place, numéro 57, number 57, Bish North River Lola, propriété de owned by Frank Bischoff. En deuxième position, second place, numéro 55, number 55, No Northern Glamour 2L, propriété de owned by Eli Taya. En troisième position, third place, numéro 49, number 49, J-Star Miss Crosby 2323, owned by Nathan and Jackie Lashford. En quatrième position, fourth place, numéro 51, number 51, GCA Lola, propriété de owned by Jason and Jamie Rowland. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 52, number 52, Westview Captain's Last, propriété de owned by Matthew Hartley. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 54, number 54, Excel Pro Lady 412L, propriété de owned by Tracy and Kevin McIntyre. En septième position, seventh place, le numéro 58, number 58, WKO Float 54L, propriété de owned by Lara Person. En huitième position, eighth place, le numéro 50, number 50, Barley Darling 2.3, propriété de owned by Jerry Barber. En neuvième position, ninth place, le numéro 56, number 56, Melville Brand 1L, propriété de owned by Eric Time. Et en dixième position, front place, le numéro 53, number 53, I Fake Vela 129L, propriété de owned by Brittany and John Dew. Poursuivons maintenant avec la troisième vague, c'est now the third split.
As I'm looking at these junior yearling bulls, yes, I selected this bull as the champion junior bull. I just like the smoothness. He's got lots of muscle, walks out well, lots of testicle, just smoothness of muscle, more so than the bull in second place. And that's a personal preference. And like I said, like I picture these guys out on pasture breeding cows. And so I'm trying to picture which one's going to be able to move, to be able to breed those cows, and this is how I selected them today. A pair of really strong Speckle Park bulls here today. Congratulations, folks.
Alors, le champion junior dans la race Speckle Park, numéro 7, propriété de Ranch Lugami, avec Lugami Casa de Papel, et la réserve junior, le chapeau numéro 9, avec l'exhibit US Dustop 20K, propriété de Miller River Speckle Park.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the Speckle Park class, we've got 3 bulls here. The bull that I've put in first place, I really appreciate the smooth shoulder that blends so nicely into the forerib and into the ribs. He's got good depth of rib. It's got plenty of muscle, great testicle. Placed him over the bull in second place. The bull in second place, I'd like to change his shoulders. His shoulders are too big for my liking, and I'm trying to picture calving his calves. And I'm worried about that. I'd like to tidy up the sheath on the bull in second place, and I'd like to change his hind legs, just a bit too much set, but the bull in second place, so much muscle, so much strength over that top loin, and in the hind quarters, lots of muscle. And that's why I placed the bull in second place over the third bull. I like that because of the muscle mass compared with the bull in third place. I'd like to give the bull in third place just a bit more muscle over the loin. But this bull in third place really walks out nicely, has good shoulder and good feet and legs, good set to the pasterns. Really a nice set of Speckle Park bulls. Congratulations, folks.
Alors, en première position, dans le Speckle Park, classe numéro 5, champion, senior également. Le chapeau numéro 13, propriété de Ranch Lugami avec Lugami Code Special. Et le réserve senior, deuxième position, chapeau numéro 12 de Ranch Lugami également avec l'exhibit Lugami Magic Caulfield. On va procéder maintenant au grand champion 2023 de l'Expo Boeuf dans la race Speckle.
I apologize for taking a little bit of extra time here in this heifer calf class on the Simmental side. But again, we find 5 females out here that are really, really different and all have a lot of quality. And again, I think our class winner wins because of her advantages in terms of build and in terms of structural integrity. Just study this one at the ground and in her angles. She's really, really soft in her pastern. She's really flexible when we ask her to go. And although she has a little bit up front underneath her chin and in her chest there, this one's so good in her neck attachment. When she does get her head up, she gives you an awesome look from the side. Just one that's individually really, really hard to fault. Now there's a few extra pieces in the Baldy that stands in second. She's more refined about her head, neck, and shoulder, and she's cleaner at the base of her chest. She's another one that from the side gives you lots of balance and look attributes, and one that you can definitely gravitate to. If I could change her, it's just at the ground and in her front feet. I'd just like to change the way that her front feet are designed. She just wants to pigeon-toe there ever so slightly. But again, she has some look about her and a lot to like. More of a brood cow prospect that stands in third, and another one that gives you an awesome look from the side due to her depth of body. This one's still plenty fluid when we ask her to go. Comparatively, she gets a little bit plainer through her head and neck. She's not as opened out, not as muscular as the two right in front of her. I appreciate the extra growth and the extra length in the Baldy that stands in fourth. And another one, when she's stuck from the side, man, you could argue for her to win the class, but it's when we ask her to go for me is that when she wants to slide down. I think she's a little bit more upright in the angle of her shoulder, just wants to toe out there at the ground ever so slightly. Black Baldy that comes next right away when this one come in. I thought this one was contending to win the class, and she definitely was due to her advantages in terms of body shape. I love her depth of body, her sprinter ribs really good. She's still feminine and maternal in her look. Comparatively, she wants to push out in her chest, and she's not quite as good right behind her shoulder and into her forerib, but that's one heck of a brood cow prospect, and she's going to make an awesome cow. Again, we find another black heifer with worlds of body and muscle, and there's definitely a lot that one can appreciate for the muscle and the body that she carries. But again, I just want to refine this one in her build. She's just not quite as fluent and flexible as some of the cattle above her, but her mass and muscle is undeniable. Red heifer that comes next is probably a structural upgrade compared to the one right in front of her. She's maybe not as soft and powerful in terms of her body shape. Just like to tidy that one up about her head and neck ever so slightly. Black heifer that comes next offers a little bit more more muscle and hip and pin set. Another one that's a shot more conventional in her look. She's frailer in her bone work, gets a little bit round out of her hip. Black heifer that comes next is really strong topped and flexible on the go from her shoulders forward. I'd just like to refine this one, see her a shot more feminine. Heifer right behind her is definitely more feminine from her shoulders forward. I like the attractiveness that she has to her head, neck, and shoulder. Here's another one that I think is just a shot upright in her angles. We could soften her up ever so slightly. Young lady rounds out the class with a red heifer that's really quite nice in terms of body, muscle, and build. I just wish there was more of her, and her better days are definitely ahead. But I think that's a good class with a couple really good ones on top.
Alors maintenant, on a Simmental, les résultats pour la troisième vague dans la classe des femelles de l'année. C'est dans Simmental the result for this third split in the FACAF class. En première position, first place, numéro 63, number 63, Excel Chris Lacey 407L, propriété de owned by Tracy and Kevin McIntyre. En deuxième position, second place, numéro 61, number 61, Riverside Gusty 18L, propriété de owned by River Morse. En troisième position, third place, numéro 65, number 65, Whitewater Lima 15L, propriété de owned by Whitewater Livestock. En quatrième position, fourth place, numéro 69, number 69, USM Capacity Queen 2L, propriété de owned by Gender Under Hill. En cinquième position, in fifth place, le numéro 59, number 59, Dollar Lexido 6L, propriété de owned by Jerry Barber. En septième position, seventh place, le numéro 67, number 67, Master R. Serena 397L, propriété de owned by the Mustang. En huitième position, in eighth place, le numéro 60, number 60, San4 Elvira 124L, propriété de owned by Service Animal Noiseux. En neuvième position, ninth place, le numéro 66, number 66, High-Tech Latifa 108L, propriété de owned by High-Tech Farms. En dixième position, 10th place, le numéro 68, number 68, Keystone I-Class 2L, propriété de owned by Emily and Scott Matthew. Et en 11e position, in 11th place, le numéro 62, number 62, Triple R Owner 7L, propriété de owned by Trey Whitney. Continuons maintenant avec la quatrième vague, c'est dans le first split.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the Speckle Park ring, I've just made my selection of champion and reserve champion bulls. I can see why this breed of Speckle Park that's been developed in Canada is now the fastest growing beef breed in Europe. This is why. This, where'd he go? There he goes. This bull, champion bull, really smooth, lots of muscle. Have a look at him, folks. Lots of testicle, great depth of rib, really nice and smooth. I really appreciate this bull. The bull that's in the reserve position, the reserve champion bull, just an example of muscle development. Great carcass this guy's going to have. He's smooth from that rib to from the shoulder to the forerib to the rib. Lots of depth of rib, depth of flank, lots of testicle, walks out really well. This is great example of the Speckle Park breed right here in front of you today, folks. Congratulations.
Alors, le grand champion dans la race Speckle Park pour l'Expo Boeuf 2023, le numéro 7, Lugami Casa de Papel, propriété de Ranch Lugami, et le réserve grand champion, le chapeau numéro 9, propriété de Mirror River Speckle Park avec l'exhibit US Dustop 20K. Les bannières étaient une commandite de Agri-Service Saint-Laurent.
Another good class of Simmental heifer calves, and I think there's a pair of them up top. Very, very different in terms of their shapes and sizes, but equally as good in quality. For me, it's the overall body shape and the lower body depth. I think of our class winner that solidified her spot in first. When you compare her to the one right behind her, she's better from her chest back into her forerib, and from there she offers more sweep from her forerib to flank. Now, I'll be the first to admit that, yes, I want to push her chest forward back in her. This one's starting to push just a little bit extra for me in terms of condition. No question, that's where the young lady's heifer calf that stands in second holds that advantage. This one's cleaner and fresher in her condition, and with that, I think she offers a little bit of extra too in terms of growth. Young lady does a great job. Again, this one's stuck, and from the side, there's a lot to like about her. She doesn't have the same kind of spread of rib and just front end quality as our class winner. Again, she is the greener option of the top two, and I respect her for that, but just not as opened up, not as unique in some of those places as our class winner. But again, there's two heifers on top that offer a little bit of give and take. I quite like them both. Red heifer that stands in third, really, really practical. Big-bodied, stout, brood cow image. I like a lot about this one. Comparatively, she's going to get a little bit plain from the shoulders forward. She's maybe not as attractive in the way that she utilizes her rear leg as the two right in front of her, but fundamentally, there's nothing wrong with that one. I still hold her in high regard. I like the body shape. I like the spread and muscle dimension in our fourth place female, a moderate framed, easy doing one that, again, is going to make a really nice cow. Just the angle of her shoulder to me is a little bit more upright. She wants to toe out there at the ground when we ask her to go, but body and muscle-wise, there's still a lot to like. Brace face heifer that comes next. When this one's parked, she is threatening to win the class because of her advantages in terms of body. She has a similar body shape as our class winner when we study her in terms of her depth of rib, but it's on the go. This one to me is more upright in her shoulder. She wants to work up in the middle part of her spine, and I'd just like to relax her in that regard. Red heifer that comes next is definitely a structural upgrade over the brace face female. Maybe not the extra power and mass as some, but fundamentally, structurally, I still like that one. A lot of body and a lot of mass comes in this solid black female next. One you can appreciate for a moderate, easy-doing kind. I'd like to refine this one through her head and just make her a little bit more feminine and maternal looking. We could just lay her shoulder in a little bit better, drop her tail head down. But again, that's one that has a lot of body, has a lot of muscle. Young lady has a really nice green one that comes next, and there's no doubt that this one's only going to get better with time. Unfortunately, today she just reads the shot too flat for me. Gets a little bit frailer there at the surface. But again, that's a green one that's only going to get better with time. Full bred heifer that comes next. I like her length of spine. I like her structural integrity, and I like her muscle pattern. She's a little bit harder when we study her body shape. She's not as attractive from her shoulders forward, but more critically, like I said, I just like to soften this one up. Black heifer that comes next. Length of body and structurally is quite good. Here's another one that reads a shot flat all the way throughout. I'd just like to open her up.
Alors, dans l'arène Simmental, les résultats pour cette quatrième vague de jeunesse de l'année, c'est dans le Simmental, the results for this fourth split for the heifer calf class. En première position, first place, le numéro 75, number 75, LPP Black Sport Sterling L, propriété de owned by Megan Black. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 70, number 70, Stoneacre Delicious 8L, propriété de owned by Charlotte Stone. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 72, number 72, Todd Dazzle Ladylike 9L, propriété de owned by Todd Simmental. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 71, number 71, Keystone Regal 16L, propriété de owned by Emily and Scott Matthews. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 73, number 73, Outset La Senza 110L, propriété de owned by Outset Cattle Co. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 76, number 76, Sidmar Miss Lizzie 3L, propriété de owned by Jason Morse. En septième position, seventh place, le numéro 74, number 74, TC Terra Ava 1L, propriété de owned by Mike Thomas. En huitième position, 8th place, numéro 78, number 78, Master R Ivanka 8049L, propriété owned by the Mustines. En 9e position, 9th place, le numéro 79, number 79, FTA Queen's Jewel for L, propriété de owned by Terra Agri. Et en 10e position, in 10th place, le numéro 77, number 77, Alliance Black Flash, propriété de owned by Mike McCarp. Nous poursuivons avec la 5e vague. So now we continue with the 5th split.
Sorry? For split?
So do they all get ribbons?
I can't hear what you're saying.
Do they all get ribbons, even in a split?
The ribbons that follow.
Okay.
A high-quality top pair of black females in this class that offered me a little bit of challenge for sure. As like several of these classes, there's some give and take. I'm sure you guys can guess kind of what's sorting it now, but the Baldy heifer for me structurally is more acceptable. Most specifically when we just study these cattle and how they handle their spine, I'm going to give the advantage to the Baldy heifer. She takes a longer stride off of her front end, and I think consequently forces her to be more relaxed in how she holds her spine, and she just stays far more collected in that regard than the solid black one that stands in two. There's as many unique pieces and out there parts of this heifer in second as any, and I really appreciate her for that. Look, hair, body, presentation. This one is out there and really, really good. But when we ask her to go, I know she's wanting to fight that halter a little bit, but she's just not striding out 100%. She wants to work up in her spine ever so slightly. There's no doubt if that one kind of quits fighting the halter and relaxes a little bit more, she could quite easily win this class, but today that's how I see those top two. I really like the female that stands in third. This one is green and honest, and I like her now, but to me there's no question her best days are yet to come. Really, really good from her shoulders forward, flexible off both ends. She's smooth, she's well balanced. She has enough in terms of muscle. Today she's not as overwhelming in that regard, and that's why she's going to stand in third, but that's a good looking, good built one that's only going to get better. Young lady has a big bodied, muscular, practical one that stands here in fourth. I like her added foot, bone, and feature at the ground. She's a little bit plainer on the top side of her neck, a little bit plainer in the bottom of her chest floor, but again, in terms of being a big-bodied brood cow prospect, you'll have a lot of fun with that one. Similar can be said for the young lady with the red blaze one that comes next. I like her body shape. To me, her build is good enough. Her look is good enough. I'd like to redesign her hip. She wants to duck her pins as we ask her to go, just doesn't stay as collected in that regard, but a big-bodied one that's going to make a nice cow for that young lady. Black Baldy, that's definitely intriguing, comes next, has some pieces of foot and feature at the ground. Balance-wise, I think this one's still pretty good. She just wants to flatten through her forward, not as opened up or as long-bodied as some of the cattle that we see in front of her. Black heifer that comes next offers as much as any in terms of muscle. To me, another one that's fundamentally really good, but at the same time, I think it works to her disadvantage. I think she's just a little bit conventional in her overall build, studying through her head, her bone structure, and her hip. I'd just like to change that one in that regard. Red heifer that comes next offers lots in terms of growth, performance, length of body. She's plainer in her navel and from her shoulders forward. No question, make a nice cow. Black heifer that comes next, I like this one's pin set. I like her muscle. I like her stout rear leg. I just want to see it go with a little bit more flex and comfort off of both ends. Black heifer that's going to round out the class has some look, some balance, and structural integrity. I just like to power this one up all the way through and see her a shot softer. But there's two heifers on top that I think offer some give and take. Both I quite like.
Alors maintenant, dans l'arène Simmental, les résultats pour cette cinquième vague de jeunesse de l'année, selon the Simmental, the results for this fifth split in the heifer calf class. En première position, first place, numéro 89, number 89, Expo Shiza Emerald 402L, propriété de owned by Kevin Tracy McIntyre. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 82, number 82, Fusion Living This Dream, propriété de owned by Julie Denison and Rothschild. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 80, number 80, Great Edge Glitter 2L, propriété de owned by David and Marilyn Gray. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 88, number 88, Outback Acres Red Ribbon, propriété de owned by Audrey Veilleux. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 87, number 87, Westview Liberty County, propriété de owned by Matthew Hartley. En sixième position, in sixth place, le numéro 84, number 84, Outside Gonna Have Shades 104L, propriété de owned by Outset Cattle Co. En septième position, in seventh place, le numéro 86, number 86, Great Edge Crystal 1L, propriété de owned by David and Marilyn Gray. En huitième position, eighth place, le numéro 83, number 83, Simmental and Speckle 2L, propriété de owned by Jason Mars. En neuvième position, ninth place, le numéro 81, number 81, Todja 6L, propriété de owned by Todd Simmental. Et en dixième position, 10th place, le numéro 85, number 85, RRCC Breeder Epic Tunnel 206L, propriété de owned by Christopher Farm. Félicitations, congratulations. Nous allons poursuivre avec la dernière vague. Now we continue with the final split.
Shorthorn heifer calves. I've got a sorry, they're going to, I'm not going to give reasons because they're going to bring the first 3 from the first split of heifer calves, and then I'll give reasons. Top 3.
A good but a challenging class of heifer calves here on this side of the ring. And again, there's 2 up top that are quite a bit different in terms of their frame size. They're quite a bit different in terms of their body shape. But to me, when we ask these cattle to go, the red one is the bigger outline, more performance-driven one. More importantly, to me, she takes a longer stride. She's more relaxed and at the ground when we study her in through her pastern and the way she hits the ground. More importantly, I think that black heifer at times just comes up a little bit short. She's just a little bit inconsistent in her stride. The red heifer offers that extra flexibility. She's big, she's powerful with that structural advantage. To me, she's a logical place to start this class. Black heifer in 2 as many extra pieces as any in terms of look, body, and presentation. Again, this one's kind of similar to our second place from the last class. Standing still, I think she's lights out because she's attractive, and I love the sweep that she has to her lower body, but just when we ask her to go, she's just not as long in terms of her stride off either ends of her skeleton. We could also just make that one a frame score bigger to compete with our class winner. I do really like the 3rd place female from the side. This one gives you a really practical look. I love her body shape, I love her muscle pattern, and I think this one is still feminine enough and good enough balanced from her shoulders forward. To me, where she falls in the 3rd is you study that one from her knee to the ground. She just wants to toe out there ever so slightly. I'd like to square her up when we ask that heifer to go, just as she is one to rotate those front feet out ever so slightly. But again, that one's body shape and practicality, there's a lot to like. Black heifer that comes next, I like her added muscle and power. Big ribbed, big top, big ended one that reads just a shot plainer as we study her through her head and neck, a bit frailer at the ground. Full blood heifer that comes comes next. I like her added length. Her muscle pattern is good. I think her body shape from behind is good enough. She has some spring and rib. From the side, we could soften her up ever so slightly, and just as we watch her go out the ring, she could just take a longer stride out of her front end. Black Baldy that comes next from the side. This one's really captivating. I like her extra frame. I like her extra growth, and I like her extra width. To me, this one's just a little bit more upright in her angles, in her pasturing, and in her shoulder. She's just a little bit more upright. We could relax her there. Red Heifer that comes next, another one that you can appreciate the extra amount of power that she has. This one's big-middled, she's stout, she's powerful, and I think it's her overall, it's with her overall mass and muscle. It just comes with her look. She has a little bit more throat. She's plainer than her overall image. We could maybe just soften that one up. I'd like to see a shot more sweep to her lower body, but I like her muscle and practicality. Baldy one that comes next probably offers a little bit better sweep to her lower body. At the ground, this one's flexible, and to me, she takes a long enough stride, but as we watch her go out of her hip, she wants to round out there and duck her pins on the move, maybe not as attractive as a few of the other cattle in the class. Young Man has a nice, long-bodied, sound-structured one that comes next. We could just power this one up all the way through, just see a little bit more true cow there. She could work her way up higher. I appreciate the extra growth and length and the full-blood appearance heifer that comes next. Unfortunately, we just lose a little bit of that body depth when we get that added frame and length. But again, those two heifers on the top of that class that can go either way, both are nice.
Alors, dans la randonnée Simmental, les résultats de cette sixième vague dans la classe des jeunesses de l'année. So now for the Simmental Wings, the results for this sixth split in the heifer calf class. En première position, first place, le numéro 91, nommé Marion Stoneacre Madison 3L, propriété de owned by Isla Stone. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 97, numéro 97, Excel Chisa Topaz 4OML, propriété de owned by Tracy and Kevin McIntyre. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 90, numéro 90, Donner Holmes Lilybeth, propriété de owned by Gerald and Keith Donovan. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 96, numéro 96, Sad P. Black Lady Dynasty 10L, propriété de owned by Sad Simmental. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 98, numéro 98, Bish North River Luna, propriété de owned by Fan Bischoff. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 95, numéro 95, Outback Acre Star, propriété de owned by André Veilleux. En septième position, seventh place, le numéro 94, numéro 94, RWF Living the Dream 61L, propriété de owned by Taylor and Craig Matthews. En huitième position, eighth place, le numéro 99, numéro 99, FTA Walking on Sunshine 7L, propriété de owned by Tara Agri. En neuvième position, in ninth place, le numéro 93, numéro 93, seulement Miss Lily Van L, propriété de owned by Jason Morse. Et en dixième position, 10th place, le numéro 92, numéro 92, CBF Anna 4L, propriété de owned by Crystal Brook Farm. Félicitations, congratulations. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la classe finale des femelles de l'année. So now we'll follow the final class for the heifer calf class. La dernière est une commandite de banner sponsored by Simmental. And for the reserve heifer calf champion, the banner is sponsored by Simmental.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the Shorthorn heifer calf class, I don't know if you could hear me out in the barn. I don't know if you could hear me go, wow, when these heifers walked in. These top three heifers are exceptionally good. Top three heifers really feminine in their front ends. Lots of depth of rib, depth of flank, walking out really well on their feet and legs. I just found the heifer that I put in first place when I stand behind her and compare her with the second place. I think number one here just has more muscle, more width in her, over her loin, through her round, through her rump. But all three of these top heifers showing lots of muscle expression, walking out really well. These are 3 heifers that would do well in anyone's herd. They'll be champions as they grow older too. It was just picking hairs. They were all really good heifers, really feminine, really eye-appealing. I'm so happy for the Shorthorn breed, for the quality that you're bringing out here today. The female in third place, maybe just a little bit weaker behind the shoulders, but 3 really good heifers. I'd like to give number 3 a bit more spring of rib compared to the ones above. The heifer in 4th place, I'd like to give her a bit more strength in her forerib, but she's got lots of depth of body. I'd like to pull her flank down a little bit, but she's got lots of muscle over her top line, and great spring of rib. The heifer that's in 5th place, look at this one, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the size. Imagine, she's a January heifer calf. Any breeder would be proud to bring a heifer like this out because the growth that she has. She doesn't have necessarily the type and conformation of the heifers above, but I've got to give her so much credit for the size. And I know that when you weigh her, she's weighing above and beyond, which is what we want in the beef industry. Just fantastic. The next heifer, the dark heifer here, just not as much muscle as the heifers above her. I'd like to put more strength in her forerib there, but what a fantastic class of Shorthorn heifer calves. Congratulations, folks.
Alors, les résultats pour la classe 6 dans la race Shorthorn. Les résultats des 2 groupes. En première position, le chapeau numéro 10 de Brian Collin avec l'exhibit Connor View les libelles. En deuxième position, chapeau numéro 14 de Stillbrook Farm avec Stillbrook Jelly Bean. Troisième position avec l'exhibit Shadybrook PL, chapeau numéro 27. En quatrième position, chapeau numéro 9 de Shadybrook Shorthorn avec Shadybrook Flashy Kiss. En cinquième position, chapeau numéro 15 de Stillbrook Farm avec Stillbrook Misty. Et en sixième position de Stillbrook Farm également avec l'exhibit Stillbrook Crystal Ball.
Well, it took us some time to sort through a lot of heifer calves, and I think there's a lot of heifer calves out here that lead with a lot of quality, and there's a lot of cattle back in the barns that lead with a lot of quality. So I'm not going to say too much. We've got to keep this show going, but we do have to place a top 10, so you just have to bear with me here as we go through. But I'll go out and select your champion reserve and continue through 10th. But let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Really nice group. So 82, 7.
Alors, voici maintenant les gagnants de la classe de femelles de l'année dans l'arène cimentale. So now the winners for this FACAF class in the cimental ring. En première personne, first place, le numéro 45, number 45, O's Flashy Float, 55L, propriété de owned by Greg O's. Félicitations, congratulations. En deuxième position, in second place, le numéro 63, number 63, Excel QRS Lacey 407L, propriété de owned by Tracy and Kevin McIntyre. En troisième position, in third place, le numéro 75, number 75, LPP Black Splash 13L, propriété de owned by Megan Black. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 89, number 89, Excel Shiza Emerald 402L, propriété de owned by Tracy and Kevin McIntyre. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 61, number 61, Riverside Legacy 18L, propriété de owned by Rivermores. À 6e position, 6th place, numéro 91, number 91, Stoneacre Madison 3L, propriété de owned by Iverstone. En 7e position, 7th place, numéro 82, number 82, Fusion Living District, propriété de owned by Julie and Ross Giant. En 8e position, 8th place, le numéro 57, number 57, Bish North River Lola, propriété de owned by Fran Bishop. En 9e position, 9th place, le numéro 70, number 70, Stone Acres Delicious 8L, propriété de owned by Charlotte Stone. Et en 10e position, 10th place, le numéro 97, number 97, Excel Chisa Topaz 401L, propriété de owned by Julie, Tracy and Karen McIntyre. Félicitations, congratulations. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la classe des femelles d'automne. So now we continue with this fall FRCAF class.
In the Speckle Park heifer calf class, the heifer that I've started the class with, have a look at her, folks. For her age, she's got exceptional muscle development. Have a look at her top line, lots of muscle. Look at her stifle, bulging. She's got a lot to offer. She's feminine in that front end and lots of depth of rib. I selected her over the second place heifer. Like I said, because of the muscle development, I like the second place heifer, nice depth of rib, and walks out really well on her feet and legs. She's got a nice strong top line there, nice width of chest floor, nice and wide when I look behind her, more so than the heifer that's in third place. The heifer in second place, just a bit more femininity in that front end than the heifer in third place. But this heifer in third place, really long-bodied, which I really appreciate. The heifer that's in fourth place gives up a little bit of spring of rib to the heifers above her, but really a nice heifer, nice depth of rib, walks out really well, nice and feminine. The female in fifth place just doesn't have the same width of body, spring of rib as the heifers above her, but really a good heifer. The heifer that's in sixth place here, she kept catching my eye because of her length of body, really a long body, which is a good thing. She just doesn't have the size and muscle capacity right now, but she does have a lot of length of body, which is really a good thing. The heifers, the last 3 heifers in the class give up a bit of size and shape because of their age. They just don't have the muscle expression that the heifers above them, but these are going to be good females as they grow older. Thanks so much for bringing them out.
Alors, les résultats dans la classe numéro 6 de Speckle Park. En première position, chapeau numéro 22, US Tennessee Orange, propriété de Jordan Underhill. Deuxième position, chapeau numéro 23 de Paul Caron avec Caron d'Olizy. Troisième position, chapeau numéro 21 avec l'exhibit US Chasen U de Zoe Ball. En quatrième position, chapeau 19 de Paul Caron avec Greenwood Liberty. Cinquième position, chapeau numéro 20, Ribbon Mat Farm avec Ribbon Mat Dolly. Sixième position, chapeau numéro 16 de Kevin Rioux avec War Lucky. En septième position, le chapeau numéro 18 de Kevin Rioux avec War Lily. Et en huitième position, du ranch Lugami avec l'exhibit Lugami Petite Fleur. Finalement, en 9e position, chapeau numéro 17 également du ranch Lugami avec l'exhibit Lugami Miss Banner.
Back over here on our Simmental side, I think a really nice 5 extra age females. For me, the female that wins the class, I think does so from a body and mass standpoint while remaining really good when we set these cattle on the move. This one's really flexible from both ends of her skeleton, and when you directly compare her to the heifer in second, she's just a little bit deeper in terms of her lower body. She's just a little bit more level right out of her hip, and that's kind of what solidified her spot for me in first place. But individually, to me, this is one that's just really solid, hard to pick a hole in. I love the dark red color and added pigment in the female that stands in second. Here's a big square-footed one that, again, is really flexible off of both ends. She's just maybe not quite as soft as our class winner, just gets a little bit rounder out of her hip. But again, fundamentally, I really like that one. I think those 2 females are really quite nice. Heifer that comes in third probably has a muscle advantage over the 2 right in front of her. I think this one's really big pinned. She's muscular right behind her shoulder, and she's opened up through her rib cage. From the side, this one just doesn't balance up quite as good. She has a little bit more navel. She's not quite as good in the way that she balances from her forward back into her flank, but I like this one's extra muscle. I like her extra power. Gonna make a whale of a cow. Young lady has a red baldy that comes next that has some length of body. This one still has some muscle and some product. She's robust all the way through. Just like to change this one from the way that she's designed. She just wants to open up in her shoulder blade a little bit. From there, she just funnels back a shot tight, leads just a shot plain in her overall makeup. But again, that's a solid female that just got stuck in a tough class. Black heifer that rounds out the class definitely has some muscle advantages as well. She's big-ended, she's big-ribbed, she has some length of body. Another one that's just plainer in her overall look. She has some navel, just a little bit different and plainer as we study her into her head, neck, and chest floor. But I think that's 5 females that are really quite nice. There's a trio of full-bloods on top that are really solid.
Alors maintenant, dans l'arène Simmental, les résultats pour les classes de femelles d'automne, selon le Simmental Wing, the results for this fall FRCAF class. En première position, first place, le numéro 101, number 101, Donovan Dale Clay, propriété owned by Gerald and Keitha Donovan. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 100, number 100, Alliance Dakota's Jazzy, propriété owned by Mike McCourt. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 103, number 103, Donovan Dale Kelea, propriété owned by Gerald and Keitha Donovan. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 102, number 102, Donovan Dale Knockout, propriété owned by Gerald and Keitha Donovan. En cinquième position, in fifth place, le numéro 104, number 104, FTA Black Beauty 11K, propriété owned by Taylor Agri. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la classe des femelles 1 an junior. So now we continue with the yearling class.
Ben, c'est pour ça que je pose la question. C'est des niaiseries.
In the Shorthorn ring, we've got a September 2022 heifer. What a lovely heifer. Look at her. Really feminine in that front end. Look at the nice spring of rib that she has. Her shoulder blends so nicely into her forerib and into her rib. She's got really nice muscle expression over her top. This will be exciting to see her come out for the Grand Champion female run. We'll see you soon.
Alors, dans la race Shorthorn pour les jeunesses classe 7, première position, un exhibit, chapeau numéro 19, l'exhibit Cloverdale Golden Title, propriété de Cloverdale Shorthorn.
a good class to get us started here in our bred females on the Simmental side. And I think there's a few different things you can do throughout the class, but for me, the Baldy heifer has to win this class in terms of showroom presence, in terms of look, and in terms of build. I think this one is really unmatched, and she does so and still looks like a cow. She looks like she's going to be really good in her udder shape. I like this one's body shape and spindle rib. She has enough muscle up high. She's soft enough as we study her at the bottom part of her rib shape. I just think that one's really nice, kind of stands alone in this particular class. From there it gets quite a bit closer, and for me, I'll take the added muscle and other quality that stands in the solid black heifer in second. This is just a July female that I think has really opened up all the way through. She's big ripped, she's big pinned, she's muscular, and like I mentioned before, she looks to be setting down an awesome udder. Yes, she has some chest floor, yes, she has a little bit of navel, and that's probably why she's not going to win the class, but in terms of just making a big, solid, really practical kind of a cow, I like that one quite a bit. Full-blood heifer that comes next, probably a shot smoother than our second place female. She's flatter about her shoulder, blends from there back, maybe just a shot better than the solid black female. This one just looks a little bit closer and gathered as we study her into her teat structure, maybe just not as flexible when we ask these cattle to go. But this is a long-sided, smooth one that still reads with a lot of cow quality. Young man brings a solid red heifer that has some extras in terms of foot and bone at the ground. This one's really stout and opened up all the way through. She still has a nice look as we study her through her head and neck. Just from the side, this one isn't as soft in her body shape. I just like to soften her up ever so slightly. Red heifer that comes next is definitely the softer option. I really like this one's body shape. This one looks like she's going to make a nice cow to me, but she wants to work up in her tail head. She gets a little bit bigger in her joints. More critically, I'd just like to refine her in her teeth and udder design. Black heifer that comes next has a lot of extras in terms of look. This one's spindle rib and volume and muscle I think is quite good. I think just once we strip the calf out of this one, I question how much true body is genuinely there. Black blaze face female that comes next is a long, smooth one that's still good moving. Like to power this one up all the way through. Black heifer that's going to round out the class, has some muscle, has some spindle rib. She's a little bit more upright in her angles, and just like to free her up in that regard. But I think this is a nice class of females to start out. Our Simmental bred female, really nice class winner.
In the Shorthorn yearling heifer class, I've got a female in first place here that just excels in size and performance. I can only imagine what her weaning weight and yearling weights were like. Just fantastic. And look at her, really feminine through that front end. Her shoulder blends so nicely into her forerib. She's got really nice depth of rib, depth of flank. What a beautiful, beautiful heifer. The female that's in second place, similar in that she's got great depth of rib, just doesn't necessarily have the size and performance that the heifer above her, but look at how nice and feminine this heifer is. I'd like to pull her flank down a little bit to give her more depth there, but what a fantastic female. The one in third place here, a younger heifer, lots of length of body. She's got muscle over that loin, nice in the front end, just doesn't have the performance or overall muscles that the heifers above her have. The female that's in fourth place, I'd like to change her shoulder a little bit, make her shoulder a bit smoother so that it blends into her forerib and her rib, but nice hip in this heifer. We've got an excellent class of yearling shorthorn heifers.
Alors, dans la reine Simmental, il y a des étapes à cette classe de femelles 1 an junior. So now there's results in the Simmental ring for the junior yearling female class. En première position, first place, le numéro 110, number 110, Oats Float 55K, propriété de Hyundai Craig O's. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 105, number 105, Alliance Lady Deputy, propriété de Hyundai Mike McCord. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 109, number 109, Roseview Kerry 1K, propriété de Hyundai Paul Perez. En quatrième position, third place, le numéro 107, number 107, Bali Soda Pop 2110K, propriété de Hyundai Jerry Bundle. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 112, number 112. Stone Acre Lola Forkey, propriété de owned by Todd Simmental. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 111, number 111. Excel Chisa Limestone for 15K, propriété de owned by Tracy and Kevin McIntyre. En septième position, seventh place, le numéro 106, number 106. No Macy 3K, propriété de owned by A.A. Tyon. Et en huitième position, in eighth place, le numéro 108, number 108, Sound Success Garnet for 1K, propriété de owned by Service Animal Noiseau. Voici maintenant à la première vague de la classe des femelles en enseignant. C'est now in the ring, the first split of the senior yearling female class.
Auparavant, dans la race Shorthorn, dans la classe numéro 8, on a eu les résultats. En première position, chapeau numéro 23, propriété de Scott et Jessica Stephens avec Windy View Kangaroo Donna. Et en deuxième position, chapeau numéro 22, l'exhibit Cloverleaf Casey, propriété également de Scott et Jessica Stephens. En troisième position, le chapeau numéro 21 de la ferme Cedar Grove, avec l'exhibit CGF Perfect Gold. Et en quatrième position, également de la ferme Cedar Grove, avec l'exhibit Cedar Grove Pecan, chapeau numéro 20. On continue avec la race Speckle Park.
In the Speckle Park ring, we've got two yearling heifers here. Heifer that I've placed in first place. Look at her. She's really feminine through that front end. Look at the nice smooth shoulder that she has. Blends so nicely into her forerib. Nice depth of rib. Moves out easily. And the heifer in second place. Nice muscle expression, great length of body. I'd like to smooth her shoulder a little bit, and I'd like to pull her flank down and give her more depth of rib and depth of flank. But these are two excellent, excellent yearling heifers. Congratulations, and thanks for bringing them out.
Alors, dans la classe numéro 8, en première position, chapeau numéro 24, propriété de Ranch Lugami, avec l'exhibit Lugami Caterina, 50K. En deuxième position, le chapeau numéro 25, propriété de Jacques Thériault, avec l'exhibit Thériault Galenakis, 128K.
In the Speckle Park ring, we've got some yearling heifers here. The heifer that I put in first place here, what a massive heifer that we've got. Big, deep rib, deep flank, lots of muscle expression, possibly carrying too much condition for my liking, but I can see she's got a big spring of rib, nice shoulder, good strength over that top line. The heifer in second place, I'd like to pull her flank down a little bit lower, but look at this heifer. She's really long-bodied, and that counts for a lot too. I'd like to give her a little bit more muscle in the hindquarters, but this is an excellent heifer. The female that's in third place here, I would like to give her a little bit more strength in that forerib and just a bit more muscle and capacity to keep up with the heifers above her. But what a fabulous class of yearling Speckle Park heifers. Excellent.
Specify which shotgun you want, sometimes you want each.
Alors, résultat de la classe 9 dans le Speckle Park. Première position, chapeau numéro 28, US Night Shift, propriété de Morgan, Speckle Park. Deuxième position, chapeau numéro 26, propriété de Zoe Ball, avec Ailes Creek Classic Gold. Et en troisième position, chapeau numéro 27, propriété de Shane Kidd, avec Warkeeper, 29 cas. On va procéder maintenant au championnat junior dans la race Speckle Park.
Well, I think a rather challenging class for me, as we have 11 heifers out here, and I truly don't believe that there's a bad one, and at the same time, I don't think there's a perfect one either, so you just kind of got to sort through them and go through what you like, and I know that I like this red Baldy for the body shape that she has. This one, to me, just reads with cow power. She's not the biggest in her frame, and that's fine with me, but it's her spring of rib and her depth of rib, combined with maternal attractive look from her shoulders forward, that to me solidifies her spot in this class. Could we make her a rib longer? Probably. And that black heifer that stands in second, she has that extra rib. This one's really opened up and muscular. The top side of her skeleton is really, really robust. She's big pin, she's big hip from behind. But just as we study this one into her teats, and she's not as ideal to me in the red Baldy. And when we ask these cattle to go, she's maybe just not quite as fluent and flexible as the red Baldy, but her advantages are in terms of muscle, and that's one that I still quite like. Young man's red heifer that stands here in third, this one is a completely different kind, and I appreciate her for what she is. This is no question the greenest heifer in this class, and just this look from right here. She is so good in her neck attachment, really attractive and good about her skull, head, and neck. From there, I think this one's still opened up and big in terms of her center body. She's muscular from behind, but just when we start to get comparative, is there enough cow there? Today I'm going to say possibly not, and that's why she's going to stand in third. She just doesn't have as much in terms of softness. She doesn't have as much in terms of body, but she has pieces that I think are really elite and definitely unique. Red brace-face female that comes next, a completely different kind. There's no question whether this one has enough muscular body, because it's definitely yes. Super opened up, easy doing. To me, she's maybe pushing just a shot extra in terms of condition, but that's not going to kill her for me. More critically, I think this one just reads a rib short and a shot more compact. She's just a little bit plainer from her shoulders forward. Black heifer that comes next, I appreciate this one from her shoulders forward. She's better about her head and neck, cleaner at the base of her chest and better in her condition. This one is just maybe a little bit close in terms of her teeth size and placement. She offers a little bit of extra navel, wants to round out of her hip ever so slightly. Red heifer that comes next on the standstill, there's a lot to like about this one. I like her body shape, I like her muscle mass. She still balances good to me from the side, but when we ask her to go, to me this one's too upright in the angle of her shoulder. She just doesn't want to stride out of that front end as good as I'd like to see. Black heifer that comes next, the far longer-sided female compared to the one right in front of her. One that has some muscle, she's big-footed at the ground and flexible. Let's maybe soften this one up from the side. Let's see her just a shot better right behind her shoulder and out of her tail head, but that one's really long-bodied, offers a lot of cow qualities. Brace face female that comes next, I like her body shape. This one's still relatively green in my mind. She's just pretty plain all the way throughout in terms of her muscle shape, her look, and her bone work at the ground. Full-bred appearing heifer that comes next, I appreciate her length. This one's body shape is still pretty good to me. I like her muscle pattern. She looks to me like she's just reads with cow power. She's just a little bit more upright in her angles as well. Maybe if that one just isn't fighting the halter as much, we could get a better read on her structure. Black heifer that comes next, standing still. I do like this female for some balance and body attributes. When we ask her to go, she's just too straight off both ends and wants to work up in her spine. We'd like to relax her there. Young man's heifer that's going to round out the class, has a lot of spring and rib, has a lot of muscle, and has a lot of body. This one to me just gets a little bit more piecey in her type and kind, just from her shoulder into her forerib and back into her flank. Maybe just not quite as maternal in that regard. But again, that's a really good class with some nice females at the top.
La championne junior dans la race Speckle, classe 9, de propriété de Morgan Speckle Park, chapeau numéro 28, et la réserve junior, chapeau numéro 26, propriété de Joey Ball avec Hells Creek Classic Gold.
Alors, dans l'arène Simmental, voici maintenant les résultats de la première vague pour les classes de femelles 1 an senior. So now for the Simmental lane, the results for this first split of female senior yearling. En première position, first place, le numéro 123, number 123, Black Miss Beth 11K, propriété de owned by Megan Black. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 122, number 122, Old Scream Soda 31K, propriété de owned by Reese Rosenstrom. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 113, number 113, Old Scream Soda 34K, propriété de owned by Tim McCord. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 120, number 120, Donald Holmes Kitty, propriété de owned by Gerald and Cleta Donovan. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 114, number 114, JAMG Grace O'Malley 11K, propriété de owned by Jonathan Genetics. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 115, number 115, Spring Creek Lina 151K, propriété de owned by River Morse. En septième position, seventh place, le numéro 118, number 118, JAMG Claire 9K, propriété de owned by Jonathan Genetics. En huitième position, eighth place, le numéro 119, number 119, Meadowstone Eccentric 5K, propriété de owned by Justin and Jamie Rowland. En neuvième position, ninth place, le numéro 121, number 121, Alliance Whisper 1122, propriété de owned by Mike McCord. En dixième position, 10th place, le numéro 116, number 116, Rosemary First Kiss 52K, propriété de owned by Theodore and Craig Matthews. Et en 11e position, in 11th place, le numéro 117, number 117, CDF Maggie 4K, propriété de Hyundai Coastal Rock Farm. Nous poursuivons maintenant avec la deuxième vague pour les classes de femelles 1 an senior. So now the second split for the senior female yearling class.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the Shorthorn ring, we've got some yearling heifers here. The one that I've put in first place, a real eye catcher. Get a look at her when she's going out of the ring. She's really feminine in that front end, nice smooth from the neck into the shoulder, nice deep rib, deep flank, great spring of rib. Watch the way she walks out. The heifer that's in second place, as I look at her from behind, I can see so much muscle over her top. She's got a good spring of rib. I'd like to give her more depth of rib compared to the heifer in first place. But this second heifer and the one in third place, I've had to really split hairs because they're both two really very good heifers. This heifer that's in third place, look at her top line. She's got really good width here. Nice smooth in her shoulder that blends so nicely into her forerib and her rib. She's got great depth of rib. I'd like to give her more depth of flank as well. The heifer that's in fourth place just gives up a bit of muscle and performance to the females above, but wow, what a class of Shorthorn yearling heifers, folks. Fantastic.
Alors, résultat dans la race Shorthorn pour la classe numéro 9. En première position, chapeau numéro 24, propriété de Shadybrook Shorthorn, avec l'exhibit Shadybrook Bonfire. En deuxième position, le chapeau numéro 26 de Bradley Dubois, avec l'exhibit Hill Heaven Breakthicken. En troisième position, chapeau numéro 28 de Cloverdale Shorthorn avec Cloverdale Ellen Pride. Et en quatrième position, chapeau numéro 25 de Carrie Johnston avec l'exhibit Crowdown Silver Rose. On va procéder au championnat junior dans la race Shorthorn. Alors, la championne junior dans la race Shorthorn, le chapeau numéro 24, propriété de Shadybrook Shorthorn, avec l'exhibit Shadybrook Bonfire. Et la réserve junior, chapeau numéro 23, propriété de Scott et Jessica Stephens, avec l'exhibit Windy View Kangaroo Donna.
I do apologize for taking a little bit of extra time here on some of these cattle, and it does get pretty challenging for me because you can't tell me that the cattle on this far end of the ring aren't going to make good cows, because they are. Fundamentally, there's nothing wrong with them. Do they have some of those extra unique pieces of look, balance, etc., etc.? Probably not, and that's why they're standing down there. But by no means are these not good cattle. They're definitely going to go out and make profitable, really nice cows. In saying that, our class winner to me was pretty obvious, just in terms of body shape, in terms of look, and in terms of structure. In our top 5 cattle, I think we have some structural differences. We have a lot of size and body differences, but to me, the one that combines the right kind of body shape, the right kind of structure, and does so with a nice look is the Baldy. From there, we move into one that's really, really out there in terms of growth. Some of you are going to say this one's starting to push it a little bit, and for me, it's probably getting close. But I don't mind that extra size and power when she still moves as good as she does, because this one is plenty flexible on the go. To me, where if we want to get picky on her, just study that one's head, neck, and shoulder. To me, she's just getting a shot mature, and I don't want to call her stale, but to me, she's just further ahead than the rest of the cattle out here. But again, when she can combine that body, that performance, and do so in a fundamentally sound package, I'll take the added growth and the added performance. Black heifer that stands in third. Is this one unique? Probably not. Is she really solid? Absolutely. This one's opened up. She's bold. She's muscular. She looks to be setting down an awesome udder. She doesn't have a show hind leg. We could tuck her chest forward back in or ever so slightly, but fundamentally, that one's sound enough, and she has the right kind of body shape to go out and make the practical, nice kind of a brood cow. Move into a pair of red females to me that I struggled with a little bit. The lighter colored one that stands in fourth on the stand, man, I like this one's power. Huge footed, huge boned, really, really big and muscular all the way through. I love how soft and deep she is in terms of her body shape. She looks to be setting down an awesome udder. But as we watch these cattle go, to me this one's a little bit bigger in her joints. More critically, she's just more upright in her angles, and I'd like to further up in that regard. Solid red heifer that comes next probably is a little bit further moving than the one right in front of her. She's a little bit better in the angle of her shoulder, and that's one from a balance standpoint I still quite like. To me, we just run out of heifer there. I'd like to see just a shot more of her in terms of true growth, performance, and frame. Black heifer that comes next is one you appreciate for how green she is in her condition. This one has a good look. Structurally, I like her. Her udder looks to be setting down good. Let's just see more cow here. Let's power this one up in terms of foot, bone, feature, and muscle. No doubt she'll work her way up. Full bred heifer that comes next has some extra foot, bone, and muscle. Definitely an upgrade in that regard. She's plainer at the top side of her neck. She's deeper in her chest fold. Maybe not some of those extras. Black one that comes next has some length of body, has some foot and feature at the ground, one that still leads with some muscle. She's plainer in her look as well, has some navel, wants to round out of her hip, but has some muscle and has some body. Black heifer that comes next, I like her body shape. She looks to be the moderate, easy doing, practical kind. She's straighter in her shoulder, maybe comes up just a rib short today. The one that has some body has some mass. red heifer that comes next. You really appreciate this one for her condition. She's ultra green in her look, has some body to spring a rib, and this one I think is quite good. I want to change her in her head and neck, change the way that she handles her hip and hind leg on the go. Round out the class with two big-bodied, easy-doing practical ones. Both just read a shot plain to me to place any higher today, but that is a really good class full of a lot of high-quality brood cow prospects.
And in the Speckle Park ring, we've got a 2-year-old with her calf outside. She's doing a fabulous job. The calf is an improvement over her almost. Have a look at this 2-year-old female, really feminine in the head and neck, blends so nicely into the shoulder. She's got nice muscle expression over her top and her loin. And in her hind end, I'm excited to see this pair back for the Grand Champion female run.
Alors, le résultat dans cette classe, il y avait un exhibit, numéro 29, propriété de Kevin Rioux, avec l'exhibit Warjoy 10J.
Alors, dans l'arène Simmental, les résultats de la deuxième vague des femelles 1 an senior. So in the Simmental ring, the results for the second split of female senior yearling. En première position, first place, le numéro 135, number 135, Oats Cream Soda 3K, propriété de owned by Craig Oates. En deuxième position, in second place, le numéro 129, number 129, Maple Falls Miss Katie 2K, propriété de Online Brad and Sarah Snyder. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 134, number 134, Lions Dynamic Sarah, propriété de Owned by Mike McCord. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 124, number 124, Just Carolina 18K, propriété de Owned by Nathan and Jackie Lashford. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 132, number 132, Master Letitia 59K, propriété owned by the Mustangs. En sixième position, in sixth place, le numéro 126, number 126, Keystone Finance 34K, propriété de owned by Emily and Scott Matthews. En septième position, seventh place, le numéro 133, number 33, SPRF Kira 1K, propriété de owned by Paul Perros. En huitième position, 8th place, le numéro 125, number 125, British Ringer, propriété de owned by David and Marilyn Gray. En neuvième position, 9th place, le numéro 130, number 130, IRCC Kardashian 208K, propriété de owned by Service Animal Noiseux. En dixième position, 10th place, le numéro 131, number 131, Stab Period AB 10K, propriété de owned by Stab Simmental. En 11e position, 11th place, le numéro 127, 127, Outback Acres Red Robin, propriété de owned by André Veilleux. Et en 12e position, 12th place, le numéro 128, number 128, Hightech Kala 8102K, propriété owned by Hightech Farms. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la classe finale des femelles 1 an senior. So now the final class for the female senior yearling.
In the Speckle Park ring, we've got 3 cow-calf pairs. The pair that I have in first place here, I'm looking at the cow, really nice feminine head, neck, and shoulders that blend so nicely into that forerib and the great depth of rib. She's got nicely placed teats. But more importantly, she's doing a fantastic job on her calf. The calf is well muscled, and that's how we tell the performance of a cow, is what kind of calves she gives us. She's doing a great job on this calf. The cow-calf pair in second place, this is a cow with a lot of eye appeal. She's got a great udder, nice teat placement, nice depth of rib. I'd like to give her more length of body, and I'd like the calf to perhaps have a bit more performance compared to the calf above. The cow-calf pair in third place, just lacking the performance and muscle that the females above them have, but fantastic class. Thanks so much for bringing these out. Great class, you guys.
En première position, dans la classe 12, chapeau numéro 32, propriété de Ribbon Farm avec Powdered Crest Candy. Et en deuxième position, de Ranch Lugami, chapeau numéro 31 avec Lugami Bianca. Michel, on va faire le championne senior. Là. Et puis en troisième position, chapeau numéro 30 de Ranch Lugami avec Lugami Lady Banner. On va procéder maintenant à la championne senior. Alors, la championne senior, chapeau numéro 32, dans la race Speckle Park, avec l'exhibit Power Crest Candy, avec propriété de Ribbon Farm, et en deuxième réserve senior de Ranch Lugami, avec Lugami Bianca 2G. Alors, on va procéder maintenant à la grande championne de la race Speckle Park pour l'Expo Boeuf 2023. So what we'll do is the grand champion now.
Maintenant, les résultats dans l'arène Simmental pour la classe de femelles 1 an senior. So now the Simmental ring, the results for the female senior yearling class. En première position, in first place, le numéro 135, number 135, Old Cream Soda 3K, propriété de owned by Craig Oates. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 123, number 123, Black Smith Bet 11K, propriété de owned by Megan Black. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 129, number 129, Maple Falls Miss Kitty 2K, propriété de owned by Bernard Sarah Snyder. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 122, number 122, Old Cream Soda 31K, propriété de owned by Reese Rosenstrom. En cinquième position, in fifth place, le numéro 134, number 134, Alliance Dynamic Sarah, propriété de owned by Mike McCord. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 124, number 124, J-Star Carolina 18K, propriété de owned by Nathan et Jackie Latchford. En septième position, seventh place, le numéro 113, number 113, Old Cream Soda 34K, propriété de owned by Tim McCord. En huitième position, eighth place, le numéro 120, number 120, Donald Owens Kitty, propriété de owned by Joel and Theta Donovan. Et en neuvième position, in ninth place, le numéro 114, number 114, J.A.N.G. Grace O'Malley 11K, propriété de owned by Jonathan Genetics. Félicitations, congratulations. Voici maintenant à la présentation du championnat junior. So now the presentation of the junior championship. Les bannières seront une commandite de l'hôpital vétérinaire de Sherbrooke et de Highwood Land Cattle. So the banners for the female junior championship are sponsored by Hôpital Vétérinaire Sherbrooke and Highwood Land Cattle.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the Speckle Park ring, I've just made my selection for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion female. For Grand Champion, I've gone with this black yearling heifer. Wow, she's a real eye catcher. Look at the muscle that she's got, the depth of rib, depth of flank, really wide through the chest floor, travels really well on feet and legs, nice angle to her pastern. The Reserve Grand Champion female is a heifer calf. She's a real eye catcher as well. Really nice in that front end, really feminine head and neck that blends so nicely into her shoulder and moves so smoothly from her shoulder to her forerib. And then she's got great depth of rib, depth of flank, and lots of muscle expression for a calf this age. Congratulations to our Speckle Park breeders for the champion and reserve champion female.
Alors, notre grande championne pour la race Speckle Park de l'Expo Boeuf 2023, chapeau numéro 28, propriété de Morgan Speckle Park avec l'exhibit US Night Shift. Et la réserve grande championne, c'était la jeunesse de l'année, le US Tennessee Orange, et également de Jordan Underhill. Les deux sont invités à aller à l'Expo de Toronto et à Agribition.
a really nice junior champion drive here on the Simmental side, and there was a lot of really deep classes that we saw a lot of cattle with a lot of good, and there's a lot back in the barn and whatnot. But I do think there are three out here that make it really close for me, that just combine some structural integrity, the right kind of body shape, and do so while looking like a female. And with that being said, it was pretty close between the two Black Baldies, but I'm going to keep them together. Black Baldy at the back will be a champion, with the one in front reserve.
Alors, la championne junior Simmental de l'Expo 2023, c'est now the female junior championship in the Simmental for the 2023 edition of the Expo Boeuf, le numéro 135, number 135, Old Cream Soda 3K, propriété owned by Graves Oats. Congratulations, félicitations. Et la championne junior de réserve, de Reserve Junior Champion, le numéro 110, number 110, Craig Oats Float 55K, propriété owned by Craig Oats. Félicitations, congratulations. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec les classes seniors. So now we continue with the senior class.
A pair of extra-age cattle here that I think are really, really similar. Super long-bodied, a lot of muscle, a lot of rib, both really powerful brood cow prospects. Of the two, the full-blood appearing heifer probably reads just a little bit better and bolder in terms of her pin set. I just prefer the way that she lays into her loin and tail head in comparison to the red heifer that stands next. I understand the red heifer is no doubt the longer level of her hip option. Just when we watch this heifer get out and go, she just wants to break in her loin ever so slightly, wants to work up in her tail head there just a shot. But again, that's a good pair of cattle that offer a lot of length and a lot of power.
Alors maintenant, les résultats dans l'arène Simmental pour cette classe de femelles de 2 ans. Alors, en première place, on retrouve le numéro 136, number 136, Alliance pour Kongsville SP, propriété de owned by Mark McCord. Et en deuxième position, in second place, le numéro 137, number 137, Rachel Ellen 25J, propriété de owned by Paul Boeuf. Je vais maintenant poursuivre avec la classe de 20 chevaux de 2 ans. So now we will continue with the cow-calf class 2-year-old.
In the Shorthorn ring, we've got a 2-year-old with her January calf. One entry in this class, but wow, are they good? They're real eye poppers. Look at this cow. Like, she's 2-year-old. She's got fantastic femininity from head to her neck, down her shoulder. Look at her spring of rib just pops. She's got great depth of rib, and have a look at her udder, folks. Really a nice teat placement, and walking on a really nice set of feet and legs. And she's transmitting that to her calf, her January calf. I imagine when we do the weaning weights on this calf, it's going to be astounding. She's doing a fantastic job with this calf because of the size and weight, but just the conformation is just great. Really feminine in that front end, great rib, spring of rib, depth of rib, nice muscle expression. What a fabulous pair. Thank you so much for bringing this pair out for us to see.
Alors, résultat dans la race Shorthorn, à la classe 11, on avait qu'un seul exhibit, propriété de Steelbrook Farm, avec l'exhibit Steelbrook Destiny. Attention, attention, on demande à Megan McConnell. Attention, Megan McConnell, we have your driver's license plus your wallet over here. On a votre permis de conduire et votre portefeuille. Megan McConnell.
In the Shorthorn ring, we've got two cow-calf entries. The cow-calf pair that I have in first place, wow. Have the wow factor for sure. Look at this cow, folks. Wow. Beautiful front end, beautiful feminine head, nice feminine neck that blends so nicely into the shoulder. As I watched her walk, she's got great feet and legs, good angle on her pastern. Look at her top line, really strong, nice depth of flank. When I get behind her, wow, she's got lots of width, and her udder, teats really nicely placed. But the punch is in the pudding right here. Look at her calf. I mentioned before about this calf. I'm sure when she's weighed for her weaning weight, she's going to break records. This cow is doing a fantastic job raising this calf, and it's Conformationally, excellent, but the calf really wins on pounds. The second place cow-calf pair here, the calf really nice genotype, nice spring of rib, nice depth of rib. The cow, nice cow as well. She's got lots of really nice and feminine in that front end, good spring of rib. Just doesn't have the performance as the cow-calf pair above them have today, but fantastic. Thanks so much for bringing fantastic cattle to the fair.
Alors, résultat, dans la classe 12 de Shorthorn, en première position, chapeau numéro 31, propriété de Steelbrook Farm avec l'exhibit Steelbrook Addiction. Et en deuxième position, chapeau numéro 30, propriété de Carrie Johnston avec Steelbrook Dynasty. On va procéder maintenant à la championne senior et ensuite de ça, on va procéder à la grande championne de l'Expo Boeuf 2023 dans la race Shorthorn.
When we wrapped up the big divisions with the heifer calves and the bred heifers, I thought my job was going to get a little bit easier, but then these cows walked in and they proved me wrong real quick. If you would have told me when we used that bull calf for reserve champion that he was on a 2-year-old cow, I probably wouldn't have believed you. And that kind of caught me off guard as we brought this pair in, because it's pretty obvious I was a pretty big fan of that bull calf here a couple hours ago. And he comes in front of a 2-year-old cow that I think is really solid. Opened up and broody all the way through. I love this cow's body shape. Super big and bold in her rib shape. I like the sweep that she has to her lower body. She's big-footed at the ground. Structurally, I think this cow is quite good. Is she the most elegant from her shoulders forward? Probably not. That's just fine to me. I think it goes with her kind of just being extremely opened up, powerful female. That's good enough in her teat and at her design. We could refine her teats ever so slightly, but again, that's getting pretty picky on a pair that I think has a lot of quality. And saying that, when the second place female walked in and I saw this heifer calf, that one hit me equally as hard. I really like this heifer calf. That one is really long and powerful, pounds heavy today, but still has some advantages in terms of balance. Good enough in her look. Structurally, I like that calf quite a bit. I actually think the calf is a little bit of an upgrade from the cow. I like the cow behind the calf. She's bold and big in her body shape. I think she's one that's still good and attractive about her head and neck. We could refine this one in her teat and udder development ever so slightly. We could just give her a shot more spread. This one's plenty milky for me as a 2-year-old. But again, I think that's a nice cow doing a really good job at the first chance of motherhood on an awesome heifer calf up front. Pair that comes in third, probably as much brood cow power and shape as any as this red cow. She comes in, and to me this one looks like a donor. Extra feet, extra feature at the ground, really bold all the way through. A lot of muscle in this female. No doubt the most muscular pair within our top trio. I think a cow that still remains good in her structure, good enough in her udder design. If we could just refine them ever so slightly. I love that cow in the pasture. As we bring her to the showroom, we could maybe just pick on those little bits of tidy her up about her head and neck and chest floor. But again, that's a big broody cow doing an awesome job. Hard-working female that comes next that excels in terms of teat and udder development. She's a long-bodied, good enough structured kind of a female, doing a good job on a big, powerful, long heifer calf. These two just read just a shot plain to me, just don't have some of those extra pieces. Really nice pair that comes behind them. These two aren't going to overwhelm you in terms of power, and that's why they stand where they are. But in terms of balance, structural integrity, they're still a pair of nice cattle there. We're going to round the class out with a red baldy cow that's not, doesn't have any extra in terms of condition. That's just fine. She's doing a whale of a job on a big, powerful bull calf. We could refine that one in her teats and udder ever so slightly. But that's a really good group of cows with, I think, 3 really nice ones up top.
La championne senior dans la race Shorthorn, Steelbrook Dynasty, avec de la propriété de Steelbrook Farm, et la réserve senior également de Steelbrook Farm avec Steelbrook Addiction.
Alors maintenant, dans la reine Simmental, voici les résultats pour la classe de femelles de 2 ans. So now in the Simmental the results for the 2-year-old class. En première position, first place, le numéro 140, number 140. MAF Sienna 129J, propriété owned by Reese Rosenstrom. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 139, number 139. RK Ice Cream 126J, propriété owned by Sandy Reed. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 141, number 141. WKO Flow 24J, propriété owned by Laura Parson. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 143, number 143. Alliance WTW Flash, propriété owned by Mark McCourt. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 142, number 142. Master Heartbreaker E.T. Toledo J, propriété owned by the Mastines. Et en sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 138, number 138. Donovan Bell J, propriété owned by Ruby Mustang. Félicitations, congratulations.
I'm going to sound a little bit like a broken record, but I really didn't expect to see this bull calf come out here in front of his dam either. Again, a bull that we were really high on when we talked about him in his particular class, and a bull that has direct advantages in terms of muscle shape, in terms of look, and in terms of structural integrity. And I think all those same things can be said for the cow standing behind him. This cow offers a little bit of extra growth, a little bit of extra performance, but she does so combining an awesome look up front. She's so attractive about her head and neck, really high time in her neck attachment. From there, I think this cow is really stout and powerful. And this cow's pretty green yet, too. I think we could have more weight on this female. She's pretty genuine in her shape, and I definitely appreciate her for that. I love her structural integrity. I love her added growth. That's just a really nice cow doing a whale of a job on a big, stout bull. Taking nothing away from the black pair that's going to stand in second, really fundamentally a solid cow that's moderate in her frame, bold in her body set, and still doing a nice job on a powerful enough bull calf. She's not as ideal as we study her in through her udder. Maybe just doesn't have some of those extra pieces in terms of look and in terms of structural integrity that her class winner has, but that's two really nice cows.
Alors, dans l'arène Simmental, les résultats pour la classe de vaches adultes. So now in the Simmental ring, the results for this mature cow class. En première position, in first place, le numéro 144, number 144. Barley Horse of Fire, propriété de owned by Jerry Barber. Et en deuxième position, second place, numéro 145, number 145, Sun Upgrade Garnet 128B, propriété de owned by Service Animal Loiseux. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la classe de championnat senior. So now we continue with the senior championship. And les bannières sont une commandite de Sullivan Simmental et Excel Livestock. The banners are sponsored by Sullivan Simmental and Excel Livestock.
Sorry for taking so long. Someone had to lie down for a nap. Grand Champion Shorthorn Female. Wow, they're all good. You've got some fantastic, high-quality cattle here today. I went with the 2-year-old and calf, 2-year-old and calf. Wow, she's doing such a fantastic job on her calf. She's an exceptional female herself, but she's doing a great job on that calf. The reserve champion Shorthorn female today, a yearling heifer, just flawless. When you see her walking, she's so feminine, head, neck, and shoulders. She strides out so nicely, her head, neck, shoulders blend so nicely into the shoulders. Great spring of rib, great depth of rib, depth of flank, and lots of muscling. What a fantastic class. Champion Shorthorn females today.
Alors, notre grande championne dans la race Shorthorn, chapeau numéro 29, propriété de Stillbrook Farm avec l'exhibit Stillbrook Dynasty. Et la réserve grande championne, propriété de Shadybrook Shorthorn avec l'exhibit Shadybrook Bonfire. Les deux sont invités à Toronto pour la Royale ainsi qu'à Exhibition dans l'Ouest. So you are invited to the Royale at Toronto and also at Exhibition out west.
Really powerful senior champion drive here on the Simmental show. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause. You know, I know we're getting towards the end of our show, and it's definitely been a long enough day for everyone around the ring and a long enough day for these cattle. But I think there are two pairs out here that are just really good and really unique. And I'm just going to talk about them real quick and just kind of let you know what I'm seeing in these cattle. And let's start with our mature pair here at the back. I think this cow has as many unique pieces as anything. And as we sorted through all those big classes and divisions today, you know, I'm going to preach structure. You know, I still like some look in these cattle, but we still need to do so with maintaining the right kind of body and muscle shape. And when we talk about pieces of look, and we talk about pieces of structure, the foot, the bone, the feature, the head, neck, and shoulder in this cow, I think is really unique, especially for our breed. Cattle like that, to me are hard to breed, and it's something like that keeps us going every day, in my personal opinion. Like I said, that cow to me is still really green and really fresh. I think she could even look better in another 30, 40, 50 days. But as that cow sits right now, she has some pieces that I just absolutely love. She's obviously doing a great job on a whale of a bull calf, as is our 2-year-old. And when we talk about this 2-year-old pair, obviously earlier today I gave the advantage to the 2-year-old's bull calf there in the bull show, and I still do standing right now. Let's talk about the cow. The cow, like we talked about, she's big-bodied, really muscular. This one just strikes me as solid all the way through. Individually, she's pretty hard to fault. We could change her a little bit in terms of some pieces of look. We could change her ever so slightly in her udder. Not saying the mature cow's perfect. I think they're both quite good. But in saying that, that's a really solid cow that's doing an incredible job on a big, powerful bull calf. And we have a cow that's a year older that to me is really unique with some wild pieces that's doing a good job on a really nice bull calf. So from there, I just need to make a decision and go with it. But I think this pair is really close. I think both these pairs are really high quality. That's how I see them.
Alors, la grande championne Simmental de l'Expo Boeuf 2023 sera the female grand champion in the Simmental ring for 2023 Expo Boeuf, le numéro 144, number 144, Barley House on Fire, propriété de owned by Joey Barber. Félicitations, congratulations. Et la championne des seniors de réserve, des seniors reserve grand champion, le numéro 140, number 140, Aimé Sienna 129J, propriété de owned by Reese Strength. Félicitations, congratulations. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la présentation du grand championnat. So now we continue with the presentation of the Grand Championship. Dans l'arène cimentale, voici maintenant rendu à la présentation du grand championnat pour les femelles. Les bannières sont une commandite de ferme La Rose pour la grande championne. Et pour la grande championne de réserve, la bannière est une commandite de KLW Farms. So now in the Simmental ring, we are to the presentation of the Female World Championship. The banners are sponsored by Firm La Rose and KLW Farms.
An incredible champion, Simmental female drive. Let's give him a round of applause. First off, I'd just like to thank everybody here at Expo Boeuf for having myself out to sort the Simmental and Angus shows today. To me, it's always humbling to have somebody want and ask for your opinion, and at the end of the day, that's all this is. It's my personal opinion. I'm not a genius. I don't have a crystal ball, and I can't tell you which cow is going to go out and make you the most money or raise you the next donor cow or promotional AI sire. All I can do is judge them how I see them and project them to the best that I can, all the way down from our baby calves all the way up to these really, really high-end females. So at the end of the day, if you didn't necessarily agree with everything that I did today, that's just fine. All I ask is that you can try to understand it and try to have an open mind. We do live in two different parts of the world, but for me, I think the cattle out here have been really, really good, but to me, this is what it's all about here. We have some females out here that I think are really, really unique and really, really high quality. Judging the Simmentals, I had a guy tell me once that judging the breed that you make a living in is pretty much the same as digging your grave. So it was something that I was always lenient on doing, but I'm extremely happy that I did. I had a lot of fun going through a lot of really, really good cattle, and we're looking forward to select you a champion here and be back here tomorrow for the Supreme. So let's give these exhibitors one last round of applause, and I'll go get you a champion in reserve.
Alors, la grande championne cimentale pour l'Expo Boeuf 2023, c'est dans le Female Simmental Grand Champion for Expo Boeuf 2023, numéro 144, number 144, Boris Ocean Fire, propriété de owned by Jerry Barber. Félicitations, congratulations. Et la grande championne de réserve, de Reserve Grand Champion, numéro 140, number 140, NAF Sienna 129J, propriété de owned by Reese Wissenston. Félicitations, congratulations. Notre juge, M. Toby Noble, mentionnait dans son petit message qu'il remerciait l'organisation d'Expo Boeuf de l'avoir invité à jouer aujourd'hui. Il a fait son mieux de donner ses raisons sur son opinion. Comme il mentionnait, s'il était dans une boule de cristal, il l'aurait fait, mais aujourd'hui, il demande de respecter son choix et son opinion pour le jugement. Pour cette année, ce sont 145 sujets de race cimentale qui ont été présentés. Donc, l'Association cimentale du Québec a fait à remercier et à féliciter tous les exposants de leur participation. Nous allons maintenant compléter la journée avec les classes de progéniture de père, de mère et la classe de troupeau d'éleveurs. So the Quebec Simmental Association wants to Congratulate all the exhibitor and to say thank you for everybody to be there today. We had 145 animal shows today to our judge, Mr. Toby Marble. So few classes to proceed until the end of the day. So we're going to go with the Breeders' Earth class, Getter Sire and Progeny of Dam.
Alors, dans la race Speckle Park, pour la classe numéro 13, la classe de groupe, on avait deux groupes. En première position, la ferme Jordan Underhill et la deuxième position, le ranch Lugami. Maintenant, on va faire la remise de la bannière pour meilleur éleveur First Breeder. Banner, ça va à la ferme Jordan Underhill. Et pour meilleur exposant, Best Exhibitor, le ranch Lugami. Alors, félicitations aux deux.
In the ring, in the Speckle Park ring right now, we're looking at the get of sire, and these three animals are all out of the same bull. Isn't he, that bull is doing a fantastic job, because this champion and reserve female Speckle Park were both out of the same bull. That's exciting. So congratulations for having all these animals all out of the same sire. Thank you. And this is the dam. Thank you. All right, and we've got progeny of dam. We've got two bulls here that have done really well in competition today. Imagine the cow that cranked these out. That's exciting, isn't it, to have a really productive cow in your herd. So this is definitely worth celebrating and giving. Thank you for bringing them out so that we can see what a good job that cow is doing. Congratulations. Thanks.
Alors, dans la progéniture de père, on avait un exhibit, propriété de Jordan Underhill, et dans la progéniture de mère, on avait un exhibit, donc du ranch Lugami. Alors, c'est ce qui complète le jugement de la race Speckle Park. Merci beaucoup à Sheila James. Thank you very much for coming judging the Speckle Park today. We will continue with the Shorthorn with you, with the group, and Get of Sire also.
Dans l'arène Simmental, nous sommes présentement au jugement de la classe de troupeau devant. La bannière est une commandite de la Select Bull Sale. So in the Simmental we are now at the Breeders' Earth class. The banner is sponsored by Select Bull Sale.
On behalf of the Quebec Shorthorn Association and the Quebec Speckle Park Association, we'd like to thank our judge for the day.
Okay, I won't touch it. I'll leave it here.
Like I was saying, on behalf of the Quebec Shorthorn Association and the Speckle Park Association, we'd like to thank our judge for the day, Sheila James. And now the Shorthorn for the premier exhibitor. Second is Steelbrook, first is Shadybrook. And for Premier Breeders, second is Steelbrook, and first is Shadybrook also.
Alors, dans l'arène Simmental, les résultats pour la classe de troupeau d'éleveurs, c'est dans le Simmental de results for the Breeders' Earth class. En première place, in first place, le troupeau de Kevin and Tracy McIntyre. En deuxième position, second place, Gerard and Keita Donovan. En troisième position, third place, David and Marilyn Gray. En quatrième position, fourth place, Jason Morse. En cinquième position, fifth place, Fern Bischoff. En sixième position, sixth place, Mike McCord. En septième position, seventh place, Ted Simmental. En 8e place, in 8th place, Jenison Genetics. Et en 9e position, 9th place, Hightech Farms. Je voici maintenant rendu à la présentation des bannières d'exposants et éleveurs. Pour la bannière de premier éleveur, for the premier breeder barns, sponsored by Pine Creek Simmental. En 3e position, 3rd place avec 25 points, with 25 points, Tracy and Kevin McIntyre. En 2e position, 2nd place avec 28 points, Mike McCord. Et en première place, in first place with 29 points, Donovan Day. Félicitations and congratulations. Et pour la bannière d'exposants, for the Premier Exhibitor Banner, which is sponsored by Select Their Sale. En 3e position, 3rd place with 25 points, Kevin McIntyre. En 2nd place, en 2e position with 28 points, avec 28 points, Mike McCord. Et en première position, in first place with 29 points, avec 29 points, Donovan Menfans. Félicitations, congratulations. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la présentation des classes de progéniture du père et de progéniture de la mère. So we will complete the day with the Get of Sire class and Progeny of Them class, which will be sponsored by Shorthorn.
Excuse-moi. Comment? C'est quoi? Le sire, c'est 3. C'était les deux sexes représentés. Puis la mère, c'est les deux mères. C'est pas dans les affaires? Non. Pardon? Ah oui, c'est ça. Boeuf. Drinks around me. À chaque année. Oh, oui, oui. Pour moi, les comptes, les points, il fait comme elle aussi, là, puis il avait arrivé, là, puis ça marchait pas, là, puis ça marche pas les points, puis c'était ci, puis c'était ça, puis moi, là, je regarde. Pas un camp, là, là, on est pas junior. Sire. Ouais. Avec tout c'est mieux de le mettre dans le shredder. Je vais faire plusieurs morceaux. Oui, c'est ça. Qu'est-ce qu'il va revenir? Oh, il est là.
Carrie's too greasy already to come down. Doug's son.
I'm in here.
You have to pay for that? I could have taken the ribbon up to it.
Cinq.
Cinq?
Cinq. Ils sont tous là. Fait que le juge peut y aller.
all day. Après ça, c'est quoi? What? Who is it? I used to get two gifts.
Oh, okay, yeah. Third will be the full blood. Those ones. And then fourth will be these red ones. Thank you. Yep.
Alors maintenant, les résultats pour la classe de progéniture de père de la race Simmental, qui est une commandite de la compagnie Shorthorn. So now the results for the Get of Sire class in the Simmental, which is sponsored by Shorthorn. En première position, first place, une progéniture de Donald Holmes Lady Boeuf, propriété de yearling Kita Donovan. Félicitations, congratulations. En deuxième position, in second place, une progéniture de Greater Giglator, propriété de owned by David and Marilyn Gray. En troisième position, une progéniture de Donovan Delcaria, propriété de owned by Gerard and Kita Donovan. Et en quatrième position, on retrouve une progéniture de The Cornerstone Manicure J, propriété de owned by Todd Simmentals. Félicitations, congratulations. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la dernière classe de la journée. So now we continue with the last class of the day. Pour la prochaine demain pour Junior Dam, which is also sponsored by Shorthorn. The progenitor Bonara Balarana Simmental, so now the results for the progeny of them in the Simmental ring. En première position, first place, une progéniture de Excel Chisa Whitestone, propriété de owned by Tracy and Kevin McIntyre. Félicitations, congratulations. En deuxième position, une progéniture de Donovan Ben Kelly, propriété de owned by General and Keitha Donovan. En troisième position, third place, numéro 74, une progéniture de Keystone Elegance 1J, propriété de owned by Emily and Scott Matthews. En quatrième position, une fourth place, une progéniture de Donovan David UC, propriété de owned by André Veilleux. Et en cinquième position, on retrouve une progéniture de Donovan David Singford J 24D, propriété de owned by Ted Simmental. Je vous rappelle que la commandite était de Shorthorn. Alors, ceci complète notre jugement Simmental. Je voudrais remercier tous les exposants et visiteurs d'avoir été là et on se donne rendez-vous l'an prochain. So that's done for our Simmental show today. Thanks to all the exhibition and see you next year.